development in the Amazon region. This event will also be transmitted online through the site www.amazoninloco.com.br. During this event, we'll have simultaneously the Euro Amazon room and the business round. The Euro Amazon room will receive its visitors today until 6 p.m. and tomorrow from 8 to 1 p.m. The business round will gather European companies and from the Amazon region. It will be held today and tomorrow. At this moment, we would like to report and thank the presence of the authorities who have registered with the ceremonial department, Marcos Madureira, Vice President of the Eurocamera and the official Spanish Chamber of Commerce, Professor Marcelo Botelho, President of ACAPESPES at this event, representing the Governor of the State of Pará, Elder Barbalho, Mr. João Augusto Rodrigues, Honorary Consul of Finland in Belém, Mr. Inácio Ibanez, Ambassador from the European Union, Mr. Abacoras Nikis, Ambassador Extraordinaire and Plenipotentiary Ambassador of the Republic of Cyprus, Patricia Coutinho, Honorary Consul for Finland in Minas Gerais, Renato Pacheco, Honorary Consul of Sweden in Sao Paulo, Mr. Philips Kinnari, Minister for Cooperation and Development and Commerce of Finland, Ms. Laura Sukava, General Director of Business for Finland, Mr. Sandra Magalhães, Minister Counselor of the Embassy of Portugal, Mr. Sergio Chamoni, President of Finchon, Professor Dr. Almono Zavitorino, President of Federal University of Pará, Colonel Ivan Christian, representing the Military Command of the North, and we also have remotely participating in this event and adding Eurico Benítez Dias, State Secretary for Internationalization in Portugal, and Minister Teresa Cristina, Minister of Agriculture, Ranching and Supply for Brazil. We'd like to thank all of those who are mentioned and those others present at this event. And to open up this seminar, we'll have the honor of hearing the words of reported authorities and local executives domestically and internationally. To begin, I invite to the stage Mr. Marcos Madureira, President of the official Spanish Chamber of Commerce and Vice President of Eurocameras. So a round of applause, please. No sound coming from the mic. So, Mr. Cristina, and my thanks for your participation in this event remotely from Brasilia. My admiration for the work that you have been developing with the Ministry of Agriculture. Here, Marcelo Botelho, President of APESPA, and here representing Governor Elder Barbado, who is at COP26, exactly dealing with the issues. This shows the importance that is given to the question of ecology and the environment. Mr. Minister Vilis Kanadi, Minister of Cooperation and Development and Foreign Trade of Finland, thank you very much for your support to this seminar. Thank you very much for having come from Finland to be here in person and in our region, and to understand our region, understand the situation. Our Secretary Eurico Midas, Secretary of State for Integration, and is participating remotely. The Secretary, my dear friend, Ambassador Tresimans, Ambassador from the European Union in Brazil, and through whom I greet all the ambassadors and all the consular representatives here. Maver Sashamona, President of the Finnish Chamber, and in greeting Saju, I greet all of the members of the Chambers of Commerce, especially the presidents of those who are accompanying us. My friends from the press, ladies and gentlemen. The decision of having this event, holding this event, is a decision that was taken in a meeting held last year, organized by our dear Ambassador Nunes. This meeting was called to discuss the Mercosur and European Union agreement, an agreement that has taken 20 years in negotiations. So I think everyone can imagine the difficulties that we've seen with this agreement, which may be, if I'm not mistaken, the second largest commercial agreement in the world, which involves 780 million people. It runs the risk today of not being ratified by the Parliament and some countries in the European Union, given the burning increase in forest fires in the Amazon, increase in deforestation. The question of preservation of the Amazon is without a doubt very complex, and besides the complexity that is intrinsic to this subject, there are other aspects, historic aspects that pressure this agreement. I could cite some of them. One is the sectorial interests, and this exists not only in the Amazon, I would say also, especially with regard to the Mercosur and European Union. The second is the ideology. The Amazon is not a question of left or right or center. The Amazon is a question for everyone. Now, the preservation of the Amazon is, and I say this in capital letters, it's non-negotiable. It is yes or yes. However, preservation does not mean isolation, closing off of the Amazon. We in the Chamber of Commerce, we understand clearly that the Amazon has to be developed. The Amazon is a heritage of our country. It's part of the Amazon has to be developed to the benefit of our people and to the benefit mainly of the 28 million people who live in the region, from the indigenous tribes involving those who have been here for generations and generations and generations here, and those who have recently and encouraged to come here to support development. Preservation and development are not incompatible. This is in fact a mantra that is being repeated over time, but this mantra is more than ever current. Today we have the technology, we have bioeconomy that make this compatibility, make it totally achievable. So therefore, the question is not to develop or not develop the Amazon. The question is how to develop the Amazon. That is what we have to be focusing on. For that end, in this seminar, we divided up into 9 panels, and for teams that we consider strategic, and we've invited to these panels authorities, executives from companies, scientists, researchers, and the universities. And here are my dear friend Manuel Torino, president of the Federal University of Pará. So the conclusions that we will be reaching at this seminar and that we've seen in these discussions, we hope that they're done in technical, in-depth, transparently, and without dispassionately. In fact, these conclusions will be consolidated in a moment that we're living and we're going to be delivering to the Brazilian government through General Hamilton Mourão, who honors us with being at this event, and naturally the governments of all the member states of Mercosur and the European Union as a contribution of the Euro chambers for solving this question. So this seminar is nothing more than a major a building block in constructing this agreement that we all want to see. Thank you very much. We would like to thank also for the presence at this event Mr. Junko Nomen, Ambassador of Finland in Brazil. I'd also like to thank the words of Mr. Marcos. We would like to invite the Ambassador Ignacio Ibanez, Ambassador from the European Union in Brazil. Good morning. Talking after Marcos, I have to putting back the microphone into the position for me. Excellent, Mr. Jessica Cristina, Minister of Agriculture, Ranching and Supply, Marcelo Botelho, representing the Governor Elder Barbalho, His Excellency Sinari, Ministry of Cooperation and Development and Foreign Trade for Finland, Excellent Mr. Eldigo Vianenches, State Secretary for Cooperation for Portugal, dear ambassadors, esteemed ambassadors from the European Union and other places. Particularly I greet the Ambassador of Paraguay, together in Brazil representing Mercosur, Mr. Marcos Margarida, President of the Spanish Chamber and Vice President of Euro Chambers, Sir Simone, President of the 2 major partners for this event, Mr. University President, ladies and gentlemen, and all those who are accompanying us in person and also through the network. It's a great pleasure to participate in the opening of this important event here in Belém, Pará, in the metropolis of the Amazon and of biodiversity. I would congratulate the organizers, Euro Chamber, Spanish Chamber of Commerce, Finnish Chamber of Commerce for this initiative that demonstrates the commitment of the European companies located in Brazil with committed to sustainable trade in the Amazon. This meeting of ours could not happen at a more appropriate moment, being held parallel with COP26 in Glasgow. And these days, the attention of the entire world is focused on the climate crisis and obligation of each state of contributing towards combating climate change. And the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has underlined in COP recently that we are together in this climate crisis. And all of us, states, companies, citizens, have the obligation to contribute with positive actions for the fighting climate changes. And in fact, the results already obtained in COP26 demonstrate the will of everyone, or almost everyone, to contribute towards a global response to global warming. The pact against methane emissions, led by the United States and the European Union, mobilized more than 100 governments in Glasgow, including Brazil. More than 100 countries, including Brazil, have adhered to the global commitment, which will be to have zero deforestation by 2030. The European Union has committed to supporting the global fund for financing forests with €1 billion. The centrality of the debate in Glasgow on forest conservation makes the event in Belém even more relevant and urgent. It's a great pleasure for the European Union to see that Brazil has signed on to these two important global initiatives. Brazil is also to be congratulated for the commitment of reaching net zero deforestation, illegal deforestation by 2000, and is also declaring the reduction of greenhouse gas effects and 50% by 2030, and achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. The next step should be to translate these commitments into concrete actions in the Amazon and other biomes, and like the Cerrado and the Pantanal. The climate commitments are relevant in the global scenario, but also in relations between the two regions, Europe and Mercosur. As a representative of the European Union for Foreign and Safety Policy, Zerko Heya just included a very fruitful visit to Brazil, where he was received by President Bolsonaro, Mr. França, Minister Leite, President of Congress, Senator Pacheco. As the High Representative noted, the mission of combating illegal deforestation have a positive effect, and the Union and these partnerships with the European Union and Brazil. In this context, he underlined a strong commitment of the European Union to an agreement that could lead to relations between the two countries to a new level in commerce, policy, and understanding between countries. The debates of the next 2 days in Brazil are important because they're held exactly with the purpose of contributing to the efforts by Brazil of moving towards a low-carbon economy. But the debates in the next few days must be, above all, serving to explore the opportunities for sustainable commerce models with the Amazon forest standing. Because of its natural wealth, the Amazon forest has enormous potential of responding to the desires of modern Brazilian and European consumers for local, healthy, and innovative products that involve the demands of protecting nature and creating employment for the inhabitants of the Amazon. The new policies are presented by the European Union to implement the schedule for reducing greenhouse gases, our Green Pact, show interesting possibilities for companies directed towards sustainable models. To highlight this proposal, draft bill that seeks to regulate the progress of the European Union with products coming from the forest. This draft bill and the European Commission, which will be launched next year, has the objective of regulating the import of products directly and indirectly originating from the forest, such as timber, beef, soy, and this norms is joined with the strategy for biodiversity and from farm to fork, approved in May of 2020, which seeks to encourage a low-carbon chain from agricultural production until the food. The European Union, through its member states well represented here today, will be partners in this green transition if Brazil wants that. For many years, the European Union and member states have been supporting varied projects and actions for conservation and sustainable innovation, besides highlighting the project Low Carbon Business Action, which has been helping Brazilian companies to have access to European technologies for low carbon. Tomorrow we will inaugurate a new project in these spaces, a project that sustains and innovates and seeks to reduce the contribution of deforestation in the state of Pará. Before concluding, I would like to refer to the notable role of the indigenous communities and riverside communities in Amazon and conserving the Amazon forest. Throughout many generations, these communities have improved and perfected use of natural resources in the Amazon, maintaining the forest standing. We have much to learn and appreciate of the knowledge of these local communities on how to reach a balance between exploitation and conservation of natural resources of the Amazon forest. Thank you very much. Thank you for your words, Ambassador. And at this moment, I would like to invite His Excellency Minister of Cooperation for Development and Commerce from Finland, Vinny Skenaari. Please, a round of applause for him. Bom dia a todos, senhoras e senhores.
The ambassadors, the governor's office, everybody. It's my great pleasure to be here to represent my own country, Finland, but also to represent the European Union. I'm told that not that many Finns have been here before. Maybe I'm the first at the minister level. So we are very honored on behalf of our team from Finland to be here, and it's a great pleasure to talk today. And of course it's a pleasure to be here at the Amazon region, which is such an essential area when it comes to environmental issues globally. The COP26, as the ambassador said, it's an important milestone for the world, but it's also an important milestone for European Union, Finland and Brazil. And if we look at the global situation, we have a lot to do. The European Union, Latin America are ever more important partners in the changing geopolitical world. And as said, I'm not here only representing Finland, but also the European Union. And what is the EU? The EU is us, the members, our people. And that's, of course, a strong message from Europe that we want to work together. And we have a common interest. We have a common interest to jointly tackle the climate change, to jointly tackle the insecurity of supply chains, and all the problems what we have as far as the global value chains. Because we also have to learn from the crisis, from COVID, and we have to build up the resilience together. And the global supply chains, they do need Brazil to balance, to provide, but it has to be sustainable. The global value chains do need sustainable Brazil, and so does the EU, and so does Finland. But ladies and gentlemen, the forests are so important for the world, so important for Finland, so important for Brazil. And as a country, we are the country of forests. We are the country of thousands of lakes, and that's all we have, literally. We don't have oil and gas. And then we have some know-how, companies like Nokia and so forth. And maybe that's one of the reasons why Finland is now one of the richest countries in the world. But bear in mind, in the 1960s, Finland received development aid. So after the war, Finland was a very poor country. And Finland is the most forested country in Europe. In fact, forests cover more than 75% of our country's land area. And the forest sector accounts for about 20% of Finland's export revenue. Finnish people have gotten their livelihoods from the forest throughout the history, throughout the times, and it has been necessary for Finns to continuously develop new innovations to promote sustainable forest management. But of course, to provide also new innovations like the company Spinnova, which is actually also invested by Brazilians, and we are so proud of that. So we can make textiles, top fashion in the world, from wood, out of wood, and replace cotton. Last week in Glasgow, both Finland and Brazil joined the Forest and Land Use Declaration, the aim of which is to halt and reverse forest loss and land degradation by 2030. This is a good base for further collaboration. The President of Finland, Mr. Sauli Niinistö, emphasized the central role of forests in solving the climate challenge and protecting biodiversity. He also noted that forests are good investments. Good investments and can be utilized for economic prosperity at the same time as they have a positive impact on climate. Finland is interested in collaborating with other countries, including Brazil, in order to find new solutions that enable us to benefit from forests in a sustainable way. And of course, here today, I'm also so proud to be here with the most recent innovations from Finland, in order to have the in-depth analysis, in order to have an in-depth picture about the situation in the world, Brazil and Amazonia. And of course, this is the way towards the transparency and the positive dialogue between each and every party, including European Union. We have noted with pleasure that Brazil has announced its plans for transition towards green economy, and wish all the best to its green growth program. Finland has established efficient low-carbon roadmaps with all economic sectors, including forest industry, including agriculture, including energy, basically 13 different sectors. And of course, the most important thing is that we do it with the businesses, we do it with the companies, and that's why we can implement, that's why we can deliver. At the national level, Finland has recently launched a new strategic circular economy program. The aim of the program is to transform our entire economy into one that is based on the principles of circular economy by 2035. This is a key step towards achieving our own targets, and as said, we do it together with the companies, but most importantly, we need the people, we need the citizens, and of course, that is something we all have to work on, even in Finland. And of course, our ultimate aim is to be carbon neutral by 2035. It's probably the most ambitious roadmap in the world, and believe me, even in Finland we have a lot to do, but we will do it. It is estimated that circular economy solutions can reduce CO2 emissions by 60% by the year 2050. Finland has also updated our national bioeconomy strategy along the lines of the European Union bioeconomy strategy. The objective is to generate economic growth and new jobs from an increase in the bioeconomy business and from high added value products and services while securing the operating conditions for the nature's ecosystems. And the forests. Forests also form the foundation of the Finnish bioeconomy. Actually, forests are the very core, as they are our country's most valuable resource, and Finland has a high level of know-how and expertise in the forest industry sector, as we all know. So, ladies and gentlemen, bioeconomy brings together, for instance, forest, chemical, energy and building sectors. We talk a lot in Europe about the carbon neutral construction, because we have to understand that construction is a massive part of the solution as well. As an example, cooperation between the forest industry and the chemical industry has played a role in the development of the new products in recent years. Cooperation between different industries has in fact been a prerequisite condition for development in the bio and circular economy sector. And Finland and Brazil, we have a very good and positive track record. We have successfully cooperated in the field of bioeconomy. I was so pleased to hear that the World Bioeconomy Forum was held in Belém last month. So thank you for that. The first World Bioeconomy Forum was held in 2018 in the town of Kuusamo in the northern part of Finland, just next to the Russian border in Finland, aimed at showcasing a different regional bioeconomy and bringing Brazil to the attention of global audience. Finally, to reach results, to reach tangible results when it comes to combating climate change, we need the business sector, as said earlier. We need the business sector to provide fast and cost-efficient solutions in the fields of sustainable forest management and circular economy. And governments should set the framework, but they alone cannot generate, for instance, the emission reductions needed. And therefore, the cities, towns, municipalities, they play actually a very important role, the local level, by setting the goals, by setting the local green solution, and at the end of the day, get the acceptance from the people. And the Finnish companies, yes, we have solutions, and I was so proud to start off in Sao Paulo and yesterday in Brazil with each and every key minister, and I really believe that we can do a lot together. And of course, I think today is a great opportunity to really look at the wood processing value chains, different technologies, monitoring systems from each and every company as well. Because we need methods to measure the carbon sinks. We need to be able to have the in-depth analysis, and the same goes to Finland, and we really have to work together in order to see the results and in order to make further steps and changes. Because the only way to really achieve the results is to work together. And Finland would be very happy to share our know-how, our knowledge, and offer our solutions in many areas, from sustainable forest management to energy efficiency, mining industry, or circular as well as bioeconomy. And I'm personally very committed to work with you at the regional level, at the local level, for instance, when it comes to carbon neutral roadmaps and the implementation. Because as said, the implementation is the key. Because it's easy to talk about the cooperation. We politicians, we know that. But if we develop together, it's a different thing. So in other words, we have to develop together, look at the research and development and innovation opportunities, and that's totally different thing, and that's what I'm here for, to deepen our relations also at the people level. But finally, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to Finland and this region, Amazon, and the fact that I'm probably the first minister ever from Finland over here. Decades ago in Finland, we had a very famous president, Mr. Kekkonen, during the Cold War. And he said very wisely that Finland is not a lawyer of the world. Finland is a doctor of the world. And at that time, of course, we understood what he meant. But if we look at the world now, we are pretty much in the same kind of a situation. But what Finland can offer, in addition to be the doctor of the world, we can also be the engineer of the world. Because we have to engineer the future solutions when it comes to climate change, when it comes to 5G and digitalization, and so forth. And therefore, I'm so happy that what I learned yesterday and day before, that there is a strong political will to work together. So, thank you so much, the ambassador. Thank you so much, the governor office, everybody. And thank you so much, all the Spanish and French and all the European friends with the Chambers of Commerce for your support. Finland is here to do our role, and I really hope that we can work together. Thank you so much. Muito obrigado.
Our thanks to Mr. Finland, for his words. And at this moment we will hear some words from the Secretary of State for Internationalization from Portugal, who will participate remotely, Mr. Eurico Brilhante Dias. Good morning from Lisbon. From what I've heard, I would like to greet very especially the Minister of Agriculture and Supply, Mr. Teres Cristina, who's a friend from Brazil. I think we've met not only in Brasilia but in Lisbon, and greet also Minister for Cooperation from Finland, and especially greeting who represents us brilliantly, Ambassador Ignacio Ibanez, and also greet the President of the Spanish Union in Brazil, and also the Amazon Foundation, and and my greetings also from Lisbon to many participants here at this event. This event, which is arriving at a very good time. It's a very important meeting. It's the moment where we're living in is a moment in which even despite the ratification of the accord between the European Union and Mercosur, it's a moment when we're meeting in Glasgow and to talk about the future and fighting climate change, and also a moment when we are trying to deal with this pandemic and to make a major effort in our energy efforts for the economic questions which we also need for fighting the pandemic. A moment is when we join together to discuss the essential role of the Amazon and fighting the climate transition. But also, it's a moment when we are joining together to focus on an enormous amount of this is an initiative in this scenario of cooperation. Portugal has always been a major supporter of the Mercosur agreement with the European Union. It's an agreement. It is crucial and decisive. If it is crucial and it's decisive for Brazil, and also on the other side, it's central for the European Union as well. We are living a moment when this agreement, there's a triple dimension. It has to do with fighting climate change issues. It's also a time of the central role of economic growth and Mercosur and in the European Union, and the central role when we want to discuss prosperity in a logical way. We have to reinforce collectively the ideas of development to allow a future to have and environments, transformative environments. If we think collectively in these ways, the role of climate change and others, the 3 points that we have to solve collectively and respond to categorically. So we will see that Brazil and the European Union, Mercosur and the European Union are central actors to respond to these issues. And politically, politicians like myself, we know that we'll have to have it only with joint development, only with coordinated action between the European Union and Mercosur. Only this can be the way to solve some of these critical issues. So then we need to fulfill our mission very well. And in terms of the Amazon, and it's an issue of we can never allow the Amazon to go up in flames. And so in terms of the 20, this is an agreement that also has a value. All these steps are, but the agreement is not, and that's why I would like to tell you that in 2021 and to consider that the agreement is pre-European Union, but it's a good agreement with the European Union, and then we have to move side by side and to ratify and implement as quickly as possible. Portugal is a country that is strongly committed with this question. We were the first, one of the first countries to commit for decarbonization and ambitious goals. We are a country that we're working with renewable energies, with wind turbines and solar, and also hydric renewable resources like rivers, waters, tides, and with our friends in Spain. We're a country that's strongly involved in making the European Union an open market with a level playing field, but a situation where we'll have other actors participating, and naturally they want to add value and receive value from Latin America. We have said this, and the discussion we have seen from the European Union that we want to preserve a strategic and non-autonomy that is central to have a more inclusive economy, to face the traumatic times we're in. But I cannot forget to say that this strategic autonomy must be and will always be through because it will be a strategic autonomy that is altogether. The European Union is not going to close into itself. We'll have to dialogue with all the regions of the world, and we have our friends in Latin America and Mercosur and Brazilian brothers, and with a single purpose that's essential, and development should be committed with structures like also with development of these words and this resolution that we have continuously, as we've said, as part of Portugal's foreign policy. It's a mission which we have. Mercosur is also, but it's also, we share this with other states and our friends and Spanish friends. Because of that, this is a moment of making this reaffirmation that the Amazon, and to discuss the Amazon and discuss the Amazon and these various dimensions, also stabilization, also economic development, also a response, economic response to COVID and this pandemic, but it's a mission that we wish to transmit, praising the incentive, considering that this initiative is long overdue, and so it's a political will, and this discussion is not a discussion that needs to be closed, not just between only focused on the Amazon, but it's also the Amazon on the Amazon, but to discuss a broader future between our countries, between the European Union and the Mercosur countries. And then I would like to conclude. In 2022, Brazil will celebrate 200 years of independence. It's a date, an extraordinary date. This will be associated to this. Portugal will be associated with this celebration. Maybe no other countries in Brazil have a link. At the same time, the first emperor of Brazil was also a king of Portugal. And his daughter, born in Rio de Janeiro, was also the queen of Portugal, Dona Maria Cristina. So this has assured the Brazilians and this is a new agreements centered on the infrastructure for water and food. And we also have with us here in Lisbon represent the government of Bahia, government of Ceará state. We have representatives through Mr. Sérgio Marinho. We also have our dear friend Teresa Cristina of Agriculture. This is a commitment for a joint development centered on the major challenge that we have to face. And because of that, congratulations to all of this. Congratulations to the Brazilian Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations to our friends from Finland, from being involved. Special greetings for Mr. Also for all support. I'd like to thank the Embassy of Portugal in Brasilia for allowing us to participate in this moment, in this event. And I would like to say from to say that, but also warm greetings and commitment. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm representing the state of Pará. For the governor of the state of Pará, who's participating in the COP26. We invite, therefore, the president of the Amazon Foundation and Research, Mr. Marcelo Barreto. So a round of applause. So good morning, everyone. In the name of Governor Elder Barbalho, I would like to say it's a great honor to be here at this event and congratulate the organizers for the idea. As we said before, I could not have a better moment for this event in the Amazon and Loco, and we could not have a better place for it to happen than in Belém. We were all, since we're talking about the Amazon, we were all awarded with a great rain since yesterday afternoon, representing well this rainforest. Well, it could be a great example. It could not be a better example. I'd like to greet Minister Teresa Cristina, who's participating online. I'd like to greet Mr. Madureira, Vice President of the Euro Chamber and the Municipal Chamber of Spanish Chamber of Commerce. Ignacio Namis, Ambassador of the European Union. Mr. Oranco Brilhante Diaz, Secretary of State for Internationalization in Portugal, who has just spoken from Lisbon, honoring this event. Mr. Sandra Magalhães, Minister of Counselor of the Embassy of Portugal in Brazil, and Mr. João Augusto Rodrigues, Honorary Consul of Finland, through the name of Professor Emily Firmino, President of the University of Florida, and greet all the other colleagues who are here representing academia and all the colleagues in the state government who are here present at this event. So, the concept of bioeconomy and trade, the concept of bioeconomy is not easy to be described, and it's even more difficult to be practiced. There are many variables for this definition, and we are all seeking answers so this can be implemented appropriately. Some barriers need to be overcome, and I believe that the event, as well as COP26 and the event that we're doing, we had the event in the bioeconomy, the World Forum of Bioeconomy recently. These are undoubted indicators that we are looking for solutions, that we are leaving from just focusing on the problem that exists, but we need to find essentially the solutions. Focus on the solutions need to be the mantra, the new mantra to be followed. Governor Elder Barbalho and his participation in COP26 and during his government here in the state of Pará, he's demonstrated this also unmistakably. Some instruments such as the state plan for Amazon Now, the Eastern Amazon Fund, the investments in science and technology are clear demonstrations that the state government is making efforts and is committed, as the governor said yesterday at COP26, to put bioeconomy as one of the major ways to leverage the state of Pará and in the Amazon, and it's for the economy and for the safety of the population. It was announced yesterday 472 million reals in investments, 400 million for small properties for family agriculture that are the basis not only of big business but also small producers bringing food security and bring an impressive pulse to the economy in the state of the Amazon. After all, as it's said of other people, we've also heard at other moments when I said that we need to use the Amazon, advance in our knowledge of the Amazon, develop the Amazon beyond the vision above the canopy, forest canopy. Under the forest canopies, it's almost 9 million people. People in the Amazon, Brazilian Amazon, almost 23 million people who need to have food safety, food security, enough to have good housing, good education, who need to have health. This pandemic, we've seen clearly these needs that the state of Pará has faced the pandemic based on several actions, but especially based on science and based on knowledge to face all of these difficulties. And this way, with this investment, we today have a security. We're starting to have security, not only legally, but also the commitment of the state of Pará with this development. We have ITEF, the land agency, working very much in land title regularization, a major knot that needs to be unraveled in the Amazon for you to be able to fight illegal deforestation. We need to know better and regularize better the lands. And the state government is making strong efforts in that regard. I will allow myself, Professor Torino, to talk also as a former president in the name of the university presidents. We have in the state of Pará a fora, FIESPA, which gathers higher education and research institutions in Pará, which today has knowledge base for people who are able to develop science and technology, for giving support to all of our ideas, but which need certainly to have investments. So we were talking before about how to do this. This is a path that without doubt, support today as president of FAPESP, I am in contact with the university president, the directors of Embrapa, the Gilding Museum, to look for technological solutions that will support bioeconomy. Once again, a difficult concept, an even more difficult practice, but it needs to be faced. We certainly have the state of Pará being a protagonist of this development. I see here the Secretary for Tourism, who has developed excellent work to show the potentialities, and it's so well known in the Amazon in Europe, knowing that its potential, its way of developing the environments sustainably, clean, in a clean fashion that can be a great matrix for bioeconomy in our state. We showed Marajó, we showed Santarém, but there's so many other beauties in the state. They're still unexplored in a state, in a region that does have problems, but we can also forget that we have 84% of our forests preserved. We had several cycles of development during these years, from the exploitation and the advance into the forest when they needed to open up roads and reach locations, until the situation today of bioeconomy, where we know that we cannot work as we worked previously. And the producers of both the business sector and but the agribusiness and mining, I have no doubt that they're aware of this and trying to find alternatives. But as the governor said also yesterday in Glasgow, it's not enough looking and pointing out what needs to be done, this or that. It's necessary to work together. And forgive me if I'm being repetitive, as one of the things that were already said before, but I would know that we need to repeat things, some things to become a new mantra for sustainable development in our region. Because I have no doubt that based on these collective efforts, we will find the solutions for sustainable development of our region, based on principles that involve science, technology, and innovation. Within these 472 million reals, the governor announced yesterday that 72 million destined specifically for creating the Park for Bioeconomy and Innovation in the Amazon, a structure that will bring together all of the different sectors so that we can together find solutions for this. These are investments from the state government that when we look at a global scenario, they could even look small, but for our state, it's a very major effort where the governor, since the beginning of his administration, is committed to this sustainable development and has increased the support in the areas of science and technology. We've gone from investment initially of 30 million reals, and today we're expecting to invest 200 million specifically in the area of science and technology, bringing together the Secretary for Science and Technology and the Foundation for Support. So these are efforts that together will give answers without a doubt, but we need to have patience and perseverance, because these answers will not be immediate. They need time to mature, they need time to be constructed and the productive sector through this moment in Amazon and Loco gives signs that this really is the path. That the governments are taking the right step in promoting dialogue and discussion, and crucially the cooperation. In an event for all of us, when we reach the end of it with solutions, at least that can point out the future and that this charter can represent all of this. So all of this for us. Thank you for your words, President of PESPA. I would like to report and thank the President of this event, as was already mentioned, of Secretary of State for Tourism for Para, Andre Diaz. And to close out this opening ceremony, I would like the Minister for Agriculture, Ranching and Supply, who will participate remotely, Ms. Teresa Cristina. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to participate. I'd like to greet especially Madureira, President of the Spanish Chamber, Ignacio, Ambassador Ignacio Ibanez, Ambassador of the European Union in Brazil, Julie Spinari, Minister for Cooperation, Development and Commerce, Foreign Commerce and Trade from Finland, my dear friend Enrico Brigatigia, Secretary of State for Internationalization in Portugal, and Marcelo Botelho, President of the Amazon Foundation for Support and Research for PESPA, today representing the Governor Aldo Barbalho. It's an enormous pleasure to be here to participate in this important event that seeks to promote the approximation between Brazil and Europe in favor of sustainable development of the Amazon. I would like to congratulate the Spanish Chamber of Commerce and the Brazil-Finland Chamber of Commerce for the organization of this meeting in partnership with the Euro Chamber's cooperative. I would like also to congratulate the Ambassador of the European Union, Ignacio Ibanez, for answering an important call from the President of the Republic and the President of the National Council for the Legal Amazon, General Bilton Mourão, to encourage European companies to strengthen their investments in the country. The paradigm of sustainable development, which is so necessary to enable transformation in Amazon, represents a major opportunity for investments and innovation, technology and new productive arrangements in favor of the inhabitants of this region, which present some indicators, present some of the lowest rates of development in Brazil. The beginning of the government of President Jair Bolsonaro, the Ministry of Agriculture, Ranching and Supply incorporated into its portfolio the areas of family agriculture, fishing and aquaculture, besides the Brazilian Forest Service and the National Institute for Colonization and Land Reform, which had been scattered around under the command of other ministries. And this process brought together new competences for the ministry, new duties, providing an aggregated vision of the agriculture and ranching in Brazil, enabling public policies to be planned that will synergistically unite the three pillars of sustainable development. In this context, we organized the ministry's action around three strategic pillars: territorial organization with focus on land title organization and environmental organization, innovation and sustainable production, and productive inclusion of family agriculture. There's no region in Brazil where these three elements are articulated and most integrated than in the Amazon, where the challenges for constructing sustainable development are significant and multidimensional. The first pillar, land title organization, is an essential element to bring economic growth and social inclusion and environmental conservation to the Amazon. It's important to have present that the region today has fragmented territorial organization because of public policies by the state carried out over decades that have induced the colonization occupation by more than 20 million people in seeking in land and economic and social development. Only with the result directly of land reform projects, more than 750,000 families were settled up until 2016 in the Amazon without, however, any perspective for getting definitive land title for their lands and therefore for having citizenship guaranteed. Land title recognization means that answering a stark debt of the Brazilian state, land title is to give visibility to millions of Brazilians who do not have access to public policies in the state and therefore are frequently restricted to the use of rudimentary productive techniques and even predatory production techniques. Besides that, without land title regularized, this is fertile land for the practice of all sorts of, and especially deforestation, illegal deforestation. This reality does not favor either economic advance of the inhabitants of the region or preservation of the forest and the use of its environmental assets. Land titling, for its part, strengthens the responsibility of the producer for implementing the Brazilian Forest Code, reconciling sustainable production with protection of the environment. It's important to get back and remember that in the illegal Amazon, only 20% of the area and rural properties can be used for production. And the rest of the land must be under native vegetation. With this situation, the Ministry of Agriculture has advanced in two levels. To work with the legislation, intensifying using of remote sensing and the crossing of data to have more speed to the land title processes in parcels up to 4 fiscal modules. This beginning in 2019, we have delivered through INCRA almost 150,000 land titles, definitive land and provisional land titles in the Brazilian Amazon, allowing access by inhabitants of the region to productive policies from the Ministry of Agriculture. And at the same time, we have launched in May of this year the Analisa K, an electronic platform to accelerate the validation with more than 7 million public land registries, allowing viabilization of the program for the PRA, as well as the economic instruments called for in legislation, such as the quota for legal reserve, the CRA. We should also note the efforts of the Brazilian government, also through the National Council for the Legal Amazon, of fighting illegal deforestation and other environmental illegalities. The recent measures announced by President Bolsonaro have strengthened the agencies for enforcement who are already starting to provide positive results. Last week in Glasgow, at COP26, the government announced its adherence to the Declaration on Forests and Land Use and announced an ambitious commitment to eradicate illegal deforestation by 2028. Furthermore, it committed to expand planting of forests for various uses in 18 million hectares by 2028. Together, this process will allow us to stable land position in the region, open up a path for sustainable development in the Amazon. The second pillar of the policy of the Ministry of Agriculture for Sustainability is sustainable production. Here we have the highlights, the low-carbon agriculture plan, which achieved very significant results in the last decade, with initial pressures to diffuse, disseminate sustainable productive practices such as direct planting and integrated systems for production. About 35 million hectares. The signals received by Embrapa from the Federal University of Goiás have noted that this adherence by more than 52 million farmers have signed on with these agricultural plans. It's an area equivalent to 2 times the size of the United Kingdom. In practice, this is translated into economic gains for the producers, greater productivity, and reduction of pressure to incorporate new areas into productive activities. This is so-called Its effect has already led to production of more than 120 million hectares of native vegetation in Brazil. And sustainable production also represents the main opportunities for investment and partnerships between Brazilian companies and European companies. We have invested in development of productive change associated to biodiversity in the Amazon as a form bringing in farmers in the region to provide them with alternatives as opposed to predatory use of natural resources. Products like cacao, acai, and arapaima fish have major potential for development in the region that are strongly associated to sustainable development and inclusive development. Biofuels are a fundamental element of our commitments for climate action, also offer excellent perspectives for investment since they should be growing strongly in the next few years. In 2020, we launched a national program for bio-inputs, and we are encouraging the greater use of renewable and biologically based inputs and to substitute chemical inputs. This process creates several opportunities for development of new businesses. Forest management is another important segment to catalyze investments and add value to biodiversity. In the practice of sustainable management of forests and guaranteeing income for local communities and contributing to monitoring and conservation of the managed areas. The Brazilian Forest Service administers public forest concessions that currently have about 1 million hectares, which may reach 4 million hectares in the next few years. The National Bank for Social Development has done important work in funding these models, guaranteeing the private sector will be able to invest responsibly, and with this we have expanded sustainable investments in the sector of forest concessions so that a fundamental alternative to ally preservation of our biodiversity to socio-economic development. And finally, in the sustainable production pillar, I mentioned also the green funding as an important vector for attracting investments. In this administration, had several measures to expand private funding for funding agriculture and ranching in Brazil. We have the technological and banking package ready to receive investments in 2019. We signed a memorandum of understanding with Carapon's Initiative, the main certifier of green titles and the certificates in the world, which included definition of global criteria for ranching and agriculture to prepare a plan for investments for sustainable agriculture and ranching in Brazil, and also aid to the central bank in developing a pilot program for green rural credit. 2020, President Bolsonaro signed the agro law, which is the instruments such as CPR and land titles, making financial operations more simple, more transparent, and safer from the legal point of view. In March of this year was the adoption of the law of FIAGRO, an instrument that completes the credit market for agribusiness, universalizing access by investors to the sector and the access of farmers to financial markets. And more recently, and finally, we reached the green CPR, which will allow investments in environmental services just by the rural producers. This will be another important way to monetize the efforts for environmental conservation carried out by our farmers and ranchers. The third pillar of the Ministry of Agriculture is productive inclusion of family agriculture. The inclusion of this agenda on the map, we then begin to give special attention to this contingent of Brazilian men and women who make up 7% of the rural properties in the country, 23% of the agricultural GDP, and occupy 67% of the labor employed in the countryside. The inclusion of these producers is essential to give them conditions to contribute to environmental preservation. Through the Secretary of Family Agriculture and Cooperativism, we implemented policies for support that seek to strengthen family agriculture in three main areas: access to rural credit, technical assistance and rural extension, and sales and cooperativism. We have the SAFRA plan, where we put the harvest plan into family agriculture with lower interest rates and specifically lines for investments and rural housing. With this pillar, the focus for adapting investment is in dissemination of good productive practices and adding value and developing niche markets connected above all to socio-biodiversity. We instituted, in this case, PRONAP, destined specifically to promoting products of socio-biodiversity and the bioinputs, strengthening the links between family agriculture and sustainability, environmental sustainability. With all these efforts, it's very clear the potential for attracting investments provided by sustainable productive activities connected to agriculture and ranching in the legal Amazon throughout Brazil in a broader fashion. We have a solid and expanding market that will be going through major transformations in the next few years as we improve our productive chains and strengthen more and more the Brazilian contribution to mitigating impacts by climate change. We also have formation of strategic partners with the private sector in Europe that can concretely establish this potential and bring positive results for all of us, reinforcing the condition of Brazil as an agro-environmental power. The event today represents an important stage in this process. I wish all to have a productive debate and lots of good business, and thank you very much. Thank you, Minister Cristina. So we now close out the opening ceremony of Amazonia and Loco, and we'll now have the scientific programming. So then we will begin the programming of our seminar. Before, I'd like to remind you that the questions can be done in writing and given to the receptionists who will be in the sides of the auditorium. So therefore raise your hands and then you can give your questions to them and they will bring them so that we can do the I remind you again that the panels will be transmitted online by the site www.amazonianloco.pr. And to begin, the first panel, Development of Amazon, Challenges and Opportunities in the Perspective of the Financial Sector. We invite Marcos Madureira, he'll be the moderator of this panel. And also, we need to clarify that in the program, there is participation of Sergio Real, President of the Santander Bank of Brazil, but because of last-minute scheduling problems, he was not able to be present. Remember that Santander is the master sponsor for this event, and to represent his present, Sergio Real, we invite Patricia Audi, Vice President for Communication and Marketing, Institutional Relations and Sustainability of Santander Bank, also accompanied by Valdeci Tosi, CEO from the Bank of the Amazon. Three will be part of this first panel. We will have the command now, Marcos Madureira, moderator for this panel. Good morning, everyone. It's a great satisfaction and great honor to be able to moderate with two people who we would like very much to have. First, participating remotely, we have Sergio Real, the President of Santander Bank. He's executive a meeting about the theme of the environment, and there was a delay in his flight, and so he is now flying and is not able to get here. And substituting him is our dear friend, person who's in Santander, Patricia Audi, a person who's extremely competent, Patricia, who is Vice President for Communications, Marketing, and Sustainability in Santander. She knows very in-depth. She was secretary for planning in Niterói, in the major staff that we have. Our president on the Bank of the Amazon, what you see is, besides being president, he's also president of the bank is also a career person. I was also a banker, and he knows in depth the Brazilian financial sector, and who particularly knows in depth the financial issue. So then, to start our debate, I will invite Vice President of Santander Bank, Mr. Alda, who has informed that people who are present can do with their questions in writing, and the receptions will then give them, and all the people who participate remotely can so then Patricia Alve and then ask her to make the presentation. Good morning, everyone. Dear friend Mashu, congratulations for your organizing and holding this event. We know and we've been discussing for months the organization of this event. It coincides the COP. It's not a coincidence that we're dealing with sister and brother countries of a theme of interest worldwide, which is the Amazon Christian so the first is I would like to apologize in the name of our president, Sergio Leal. We really wanted to be here remotely in this event. Because of this, will not be able to be here, and so it's a major responsibility of representing. And so in the name of the pastor, I would like to greet all the diplomatic corps here, all the companies here, and so in the name of Minister, I'd like to greet my partner in the panel. Then we are discussing the importance and responsibility of the financial sector in relation to the Amazon. And so we see in the event, we see sister and brother countries have a common asset. So also we have this issue of competition in the financial sector since last year, in July of last year. We've also understood that their competitiveness with the Amazon is a greater asset and development is this greater good and is a major responsibility for the financial sector in terms of development for the region. But I must also greet, and here can we see how we have the important development and sustainability go together. The role and work of Minister Teresa Cristina, as Ministry of Agriculture and Ranching, who talked more than 15 minutes about everything that the ministry has been doing for the Amazon and for sustainable development. And so congratulations to her, and she's a partner for the Amazon. Also, with Paligama, which has been crucial for these common discussions between this common agenda for development. We have here a presentation that here so that we can talk a bit about the Amazon in Loco plan. So that we can talk a bit about what Santander so that in July of last year, understanding the importance of the financial sector for sustainable development in the Amazon, and also for Bradesco and Santander, they joined together and launched a public commitment of 10 measures for sustainable development in the Amazon. These 10 measures are placed here up on the screen for you. But we understand that as the priorities that these need to be debated then immediately. It's important to explain to you in what way this plan is operating. There's a commitment of the other banks to implement this plan. This monthly meeting is happening with the concept of councilable notables, which also suggests and follow-up implementation of this. Having said this, we have here in the 10 measures, there are 4 measures that were prioritized and defined as priorities for us to begin implementation, understanding the reach of the financial sector for the Amazon. So the first measure is to stipulate and engage the ranching, especially for beef, seeing to traceability and to reduce deforestation and to advance towards the deforestation, zero deforestation. So this is it. So we have the engagement of the sector with the CEOs of the major beef industries, 431 meat packing plants. Of these, 86 are located, of these beef packing plants are in the Amazon. The development of recommendations for the banks in terms of increasing the internal demands and credit concession and the definition of credit restrictions to clients that do not have this traceability and certification. So this is the first measure that's being developed through these credits that we already have. The second measure that was prioritized by the plan, you can go into it, is to promote sustainable crops in Amazon. So, for example, these are credit lines offered by the three banks, exactly trying to understand what needs to be done, what is lacking for this credit, for this financial service to be able to mainly reach these areas. And this is where the exercise an attempt to understand in what way we should be present in the Amazon. We created a North Amazon network exactly in the region, and we are expanding this presence from 22 bank agents branches to 58 branches by 2023, and rethinking about the structure and taking advantage of local leaders. I know that many representatives in the North Amazon present are here in Belém. I'd like to go out with you to accompany this discussion. You are the living proof that really we will only be able to understand the way the financial sector can contribute in these sustainable crops based on the moment when we understand the region. Only in that line, we already have, Santander alone has made 860 million reals in credit lines with the message of promoting sustainable crops in Amazon. Acai, it's guaraná, it's, and all of them. The next measure, please, for me to meet my 15 minutes so that we can discuss and listen to my partners in the panel. Land title regularization, as the minister said very well, I think is one of the main measures. But in what way can the banks contribute to this measure? Doing a survey of all the legal structure and what are the recommendations to facilitate this regularization. So also voluntarily and interested in the way we asked for the three largest legal offices in Brazil, Matos Filhos, Machado Meyer, and Pinheiro Neto, the three largest law firms, to do a survey of this legal framework and contribute in some way towards facilitating the legal barriers that may exist. And so with this engagement with the federal government and formation of this work, we have support from the federal government is so that they can also use this work that was concluded in the first months of the plan. And the final measure, please, I'd like to ask you to... The slide is understand why we have low participation of the Amazon products in the global market, and how we can propose and seek solutions for this expansion. So we are supporting the study for Professor Salles with companies located in the Brazilian Amazon so that we can do this diagnosis. And so this is the first step. It's an important step. It's a public commitment of the three major banks, private banks in the country, but we still have in the last slide some reflections that I think they're important for us to be doing, which are important bioeconomy. We will not advance if we don't have an investment in an infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure that can create means and logistically energies and connectivity and sanitation for the Amazon. We don't need to talk about the indicators in terms of sanitation and serious encouragement for equality and reduction of inequality and human capital in the region as an asset. It's being explored, especially in discussions in COP and all of the local news, the importance of valuing the carbon market and payment for environmental services. We hope that we'll be able to advance even more. Santander was, in fact, the precursor of Renewable Bio, which is the market, the energy market for the sugar and alcohol sector, but this is not enough. We need to really value the standing forest and see to it that this asset of people who are preserving the forest can be remunerated. In a global discussion, an urgent and necessary discussion, agro-sustainable is the main driver for fighting deforestation. We can see here the position, understanding of the minister with regard to this. And this portfolio, successful portfolio of initiatives, and an increasing approximation of academia and science and innovation through this region. So these are our want to hear so that we can open up for questions and establish a dialogue. Thank you very much for the opportunity in the name of Santander to have so thank you for the support of Santander. So thank you for your words. So I'd like to start exactly this. And so, to give an example, through a video to show this moment of transition and this transition to a bioeconomy, these examples are positive that we need to multiply. So this organization, more than visiting numbers, we want to show the opportunities the bank had in its 80 years of the Amazon. The need to show to the world and calling these new capital. Os virtuais estão ótimos, quem está falando de fora está ótimo, mas esse pessoal aqui... agora está bem, deixa. So that we can bring, in fact, sustainable development and add to this population, improve their development index and preserve also this major biodiversity in the region that's so important. So then,
por favor.
So we can start the video, please.
O Banco Santander apresenta Amazônia em Loco. O evento Amazônia em Loco tem por objetivo promover atividades econômicas que tenham como mote a preservação do meio ambiente e o aproveitamento inteligente de recursos naturais.
Por favor, o vídeo que entrou é o vídeo do evento e não o vídeo do Banco da Amazônia.
Thank you. Victor?
O vídeo ele traz justamente essa discussão que a gente está tratando aqui. Eu acho que é bom a gente escutar na prática justamente esse.
This process this tension, this rural producer who is in the Amazon is going through this production process. So how can we as financial institutions aid this producer to participate in this process? And so we've created some new lines to finance inputs, for example, for our startup. So meanwhile, I will anticipate the presentation. It's important for everybody's bank in the Amazon. It's a federal bank that capital from the federal government, but it's also open to. It's also traded on the stock market, and so it can be. You buy shares in it.
Região amazônica com recursos de desenvolvimento. Então nós somos um banco regional de desenvolvimento que tem uma fonte, um capital muito importante, que é o FNO, e outras fontes de desenvolvimento da região que aplicamos. Hoje, para termos uma ideia, nós temos uma carteira de financiamento de desenvolvimento de 36 bilhões. Um desses nossos clientes é este que está nessa história aí, que fala um pouco sobre essa transição de um sonho desse cliente.
My grandmother was Italian. She had different trees and everything, and so this is a magical.
Tá com um probleminha, vamos continuando aí até eles acertarem o som lá do vídeo, apesar que tenha...
A imagem já melhorou, já temos o vídeo, mas eu gostaria muito de ter o vídeo completo, a imagem e som.
O som.
Minha avó, ela era italiana. Ela, no pomar da casa dela, ela tinha várias frutas, né? Para mim, quando eu era criança, aquilo era um pomar mágico. Ela tinha pera, maçã, ela que me ensinou a plantar um primeiro pé de caqui. Então isso ficou na minha infância. E quando a gente é criança, aquilo que a gente gosta de fazer quando é criança, ali está o nosso dom. E poder estar vivendo o meu dom agora é muito emocionante para mim. Faculdade de Agronomia em São Paulo, e depois de terminada a faculdade eu vim para Novo Progresso, no Pará, para procurar trabalho e terra, que foi bem na época que meu pai faleceu. Nossos bens foram todos para inventário, a fazenda degradada, a produtividade baixa, então estava muito difícil para mim conseguir dar esse giro. A gente tem coragem para trabalhar, tem coragem para assumir os riscos, tem competência, mas aí falta o aporte econômico. E aí que o Base entrou com esse aporte econômico, onde eu pude financiar todo o meu maquinário, todos os meus implementos agrícolas para poder transformar minha pastagem em uma lavoura. Então eu fiz uma reforma de pastagem com adubação e tudo, e com isso eu consegui criar muito mais gado por hectare e estabelecer a pecuária como uma atividade realmente sustentável. Mesmo sendo pecuarista, nunca reconheci que o meu dom, que a minha vocação fosse a pecuária. Então depois que o Basa me ajudou a ter uma pecuária estabilizada, em vez de eu ir comprar outra fazenda, eu resolvi intensificar mais a minha. Então tirei uma parte da fazenda, 50 hectares, para investir em fruticultura, que é o meu dom, que é onde eu me reconheço, que é o meu sonho mesmo. E eu vejo que se eu conseguir demonstrar que é viável economicamente a fruticultura, isso pode abrir para outros produtores também investirem na fruticultura. E aí a gente criar uma nova cadeia produtiva na Amazônia, na BR-63. Porque na fruticultura você não precisa de grandes áreas, você está reflorestando, com isso você atrai a fauna. Você pode produzir muito numa área pequena. E além de tudo, em termos de resposta sociológica, você gera muito emprego. Quando eu era criança e brincava no quintal dela, meu avô me chamava para pescar, mas eu queria ficar com a minha avó no quintal dela plantando. Então hoje, poder estar realizando esse sonho junto com o Baza é muito importante para mim. O que o Baza me trouxe foi paz. Paz para poder trabalhar de uma forma sustentável, onde eu estou ganhando dinheiro e consigo preservar a natureza ao mesmo tempo. Esse é o meu propósito. Finquei raízes aqui, e é aqui que eu quero produzir, é aqui que eu quero viver.
Acho que é bem isso que a gente quer, né?
Baza and probably all the other institutions. That's what they all to seek for this sustainable development for the Amazon. Is to transform this universe so that ranching can be sustainable. Fruit crops could be a complement to activities for ranching. So then there's lots of initiatives. Presentation I want to do very quickly because I think our time is kind of short. Could you put this up, the presentation? So we've talked about the bank. I'll go through this quickly, the situations of but it's exactly our responsibilities of financial institutions. Financial institutions are very much more open to assuming this commitment, social environmental commitment, and climate commitment. So the new recommendation from the central bank, it's not just a commitment, a personal commitment, but it's a rules. It's rules that you as a company have to assume to observe exactly for whom we are applying, how it's going to be used to these resources that are from the bank, but are from our appliers of our clients, and also have to be involved for the other clients as well. So we have a very major focus on sustainability, microcredit, agriculture, recycling, eco-efficiency. We've talked in the government, it's a major problem. We have a lot of water here, but a large part of the population does not have drinking water. We have problems of trash in the city of Belém, for example, is a clear example of the problem of trash that needs to be solved. And that's private initiatives, and the banks can work with this as long as they're able to design a model that is available for this model. It's exactly here. It's going to be Amazon social responsibility that we will have. Another question that the bank seems very important is social environmental analysis since 2018. The bank has been doing analysis in a startup here in Belém, Terrace, which does 25 indicators for each line of financing that the bank gives. So the bank was one of the first banks to observe cross, which is not giving credit for deforestation after 2016, after 2008, sorry. So not regularizing land use, just with deforestation after this encourages regularization. So financing, bank funding today is to either have to step back or have to revitalize your property. So you're encouraging land title regularization and environmental regularization. Here's some of the numbers from the bank. Since we're working only in the Amazon, the bank has prepared the micro and small companies. And so then it's funding long-term funds, $4.6 billion for small, for entrepreneurs, $5 billion for municipalities with low and medium income, which is most of it in our region. Municipalities in the border areas, and up to $9 million for states that need greater attention, which is Amapá and Roraima. States that still have a volume of financing that's very low in the financial market today. Here's a bit about the numbers for contracts. 11 million 2000 till September we have 8 billion, and today we have 11, 12 billion this year again. So this shows the growth. The bank has created the green lines. The bias within FNO, a part of the fund has to be for policies that have green practices, or ABC or reforestation, and we've reached 42% of the green FNO globally. So the intention of the bank in the next few years is that only the green, so that they are in a process for transition, exactly so that producers and entrepreneurs can seek this process so that we can achieve this volume applied to this. And finally, agriculture, which is so relevant, the bank has achieved 315 million reals applied for family agriculture, which is decisive for sustainable development. Another important point is human microcredit. We're talking about during the pandemic, what we could do, we expanded our network for microcredit because our creating products they don't have small farmers don't have access to traditional credit. They can't prove income. And it's like people who work in markets, people can't prove their income. And so then this is more than 60% of the people and the clients don't have access for credit. So we've already been able to reach 164 million reals contracted for this, and attending 46,000 small clients. Some stories of success that we have in progress. We have 2 cases, important cases here, which is family agriculture directed towards oil palm in Pará. We've done work with integrating exactly to raise the income for this population. The population in the area degraded that we're planting cassava and doing some ranching that would not even give them one minimum salary per month. We identified and optimized planting, in this case, reforestation in this area with oil palm. You increase this population to more than 5 minimum salaries. You can build an income in here. So the children study and have other means and other conditions for funding. So for this model, it was difficult for us in the implementation of permanent agriculture like oil palm. There's a problem, which is that the producer stops maintaining, because you have to survive. You have to plant other things. So sometimes the crop is lost because, so we have monthly support for farmers while they're waiting for their oil palm plantation to grow. So they would receive 1 month's salary release, which is for maintaining 1 minimum salary funds for maintaining their crop. And with that, they did not, they would keep on caring for the plant until it could produce together with technical assistance. It's worked very well. It's extremely positive. Another thing that we've done in case during the pandemic and amidst the pandemic, we did some work with the indigenous communities that had the intention of verticalizing production and local harvest. This is very difficult work the community, the indigenous community has to want to do this process. The bank, because there's a cultural question here that they have to accept, they have to have their desire. The indigenous community has to really want this. So we're able to do this, and this was the first operations in the community with the Brazil nut in Roraima, an isolated region. Bank sessions went there with indigenous people and partnerships that brought in the results for the bank and for this community. So I think that this is the model that we have. It's a doable model for development to bring into practice all the lessons that we've learned and mistakes that we've made in these 80 years in the Amazon. I think it's very clear about the cycles of production in the Amazon. Predatory cycles did not have technology and technical assistance and education. So I think you have to have a composition of these factors. The bank, where you work with sustainable development, you can't work alone. You have to work with lots of other partners, with lots of people working together to be able to be effective. I think that with all the presentations in common, we see that there's a need for developing the Amazon. And this development involves necessarily a question of funding, financing. With financing you have, so the first question is of land title, how you can finance someone who does not own that land. And the second is really a policy for control, very strong control policy to really direct these funds to those who are doing what should be done in the right way. And so we have a tight time because of the delay that we had in the opening, but I will make some questions of ours arrived us. Patricia is asking, we've seen that preservation of forests and reducing methane emissions are some of the main discussions in this conference. Carpet, what are some of the changes that we can expect in light of these new commitments and agreements that are being made? Patricia, I'm watching you on Valdez Marcas every daily with these commitments assumed by Brazil. They are bringing us a lot of hope with regard to the environment, sustainable development, and the climate conference brings us discussions. Among these I would like to highlight especially elimination of illegal deforestation by 2028. It was 2030, as the minister said. This is tomorrow, really, so really it's a commitment towards deforestation, zero deforestation that's raised to zero. And then more than 3,000 companies have signed up and 700 cities have signed on. So this is a trend. Also, 85% of the forest to be working collectively to detain and reverse this forest loss. So this is, for us, it is important, extremely important. And the new ABC Plus plan, which is also presented by the government, brings the goal of reducing greenhouse gas, 1.1 billion tons of carbon equivalent in the agricultural ranching sector by 2030. Given this scenario of hope and improvement with regard to preservation, forest preservation, the role of the financial sector and our responsibility still increases because given these parameters, given the new regulations by the central bank which follow the parameters from the regulations already applied in Europe of being really taking care to all the actions and financial services that can promote development and preservation of the environment. So we also have a commitment to more and more encourage all of the productive sector to our ranching and crops and farming can be promoting through parameters that we establish in the financial sector for this preservation. So when we talk about green products that encourage, that add, that link a financial price to a certain parameter for preservation, such as the linked loans or sustainable goals, which we then link commitment by that enterprise to do certain meeting certain parameters preserving the environment, then you can involve a better financial service offered to them. Then this encourages us that we can be doing more. An environment, a business environment where the government commits the three banks, and we have the chance, the opportunity to have Amazon Development Bank working for 80 years already, and knowing and going into especially in those companies and reaching those people that we still have not reached, that we have not. This also sets up a chain for development is necessary for the region. Thank you. You brought up a very important point in terms of deforestation. It's the great window, reducing deforestation is a great window we have. And for me it's clear those who work illegally must be penalized. You can't have another alternative. Now, the action by the financial sector avoiding that you provide funding to these illegal activities, this reduces a lot this need for a penalty at the end. So a series of questions, and you have to limit them because of time, but I want to say this. Someone says that ranching is considered by many as the villain in terms of environmental impacts in Amazon. How can the banks contribute to changing this scenario? The process of deforesting the Amazon involves the real time we've seen this. It involves exactly the timber sector comes in and starts logging unsustainably, and then right after that, it's followed. The road from the timber sector comes exactly ranching, which ends up there, which takes out the rest of the forest and and normally it happens like that. Agriculture only comes later because the farmer doesn't have the means to do the deforestation in native forest. So for us to encourage, basically, you have to encourage and to restrict access to credit to those who don't have this profile. So that's why the Bank of Amazon does this social environmental analysis. The first step, if you deforested after 2008, you don't have access to financing from the Bank of Amazon. Forget it. You have to go to the environmental agency, do term for adjustment of boundaries on a contract, you have to do a procedure for recovery. So after that, you can go to the bank and have funds available for your access. So same thing as if you're in the area embargoed, the bank comes in with below. This link is to do the monitoring through this partnership that we have. With this startup, we'll be monitoring. We'll do the geomapping of the area. And if that area has deforestation or removal of native forests, the bank will then require the rancher to come in or actually can call in. We can actually call in loans if we find that the ranchers are operating illegally. So this helps to regularize and encourages also actions being done. So you do the reform of your pastures. Today there's studies and so then we can do, the bank is going to be launching a product, ranching, green ranching, to encourage technological, sustainable technology, so we can help in disseminating this. So then I would like to bring in another for Patricia. One more question for you, for Valdeci, and then we will commit to forward the questions that were not answered to the panelists so that they can answer them later via internet. So Patricia, in terms of the last the agreements that were being discussed, an important theme being discussed in this COP26 is the setup for integrating global carbon markets. What is the framework? What is the role for the carbon market for sustainable development of the Amazon? What's the carbon market's role in sustainable development of the Amazon? Thank you, Marcus. I would dare to say the importance of the carbon market in development for the country. This, in fact, is the biggest question. It's a bigger thing when we use the carbon market as an inducer for this new economy. It can be the instrument for transition, which is to pricify the standing forest. This is our great asset. We will then have the opportunity to really make this, encourage new technologies and to organizations, and so they can take successful to their 63 initiatives for pricing carbon in the world. These are being discussed. Data from December 2020 say that the three largest carbon markets in the world globally, which are tracked by indicators, say that it's a size of approximately $260 billion. Look at the opportunity that we have through the carbon market, considering the assets in Amazon. Here at Santander, as I said, I had the opportunity to tell a little bit about you. We supported development of Renovable, which is the first initiative, regulated initiative for the carbon market. We currently have the largest market share in the program. In 2020, I have data here, we negotiated 14.9 million in C3. This is a market that's expanding. It's a possible market. We have initiatives and legislation being discussed in the Congress to regulate this market, and necessary and urgent for it to be done. Thank you, Patricia. The last question. I have several here, but there's one that's very direct for the Bank of the Amazon, so I'll give it to you. Why does BASA not open up new credit lines for new farmers through PRONAF? Well, we normally have credit lines that are quite broad, so that's why we don't create specific lines. Just go here and there and there. Normally the bank has a broad line. There's FNO, for example, which is sustainable Amazon, and it can handle all the spectrum of producers. So in the same way as with family agriculture, PRONAF, which is the line more open for family farmers. So then you end up not needing to open up new specific lines, but in fact to disseminate that line, existing line, can actually finance bioeconomy and several other models for development. So the lines existing today already tend to be quite broad and to meet all kinds of financing needs. So they can finance recovery of degraded forests. We can finance traceability for these ranchers who will have to do this process of migrating into legality up until 2035. So then we can then track the producers and ranchers to sue this and their ranching for data from agriculture data from ranching. What we really need is to disseminate, to divulge, and get the word out about the lines that the bank already has, the existing lines that we already have. So we close out. Thank you very much, dear Patricia, my friend, and of all the C who have supported us from Santander and Bank of the Amazon. So then, and this is not a question, but it was really an affirmation by Antonio Pantoja, president of FADEPA, to think about development in the Amazon as to first of all think about its territorial reorganization. We have municipalities in Altamira, which area you could fit in all the state of Ceará with its 234 municipalities. So it's not admissible. To create more municipalities in the region should be the first pillar for the government in search for this development. So we're not going to discuss this thing. It's just not a question, but we'll just leave this in the closing. And thank you for the participation from all of you. Thank you very much. So then, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank Marco Madureira, Valdis Ciutosi, and Patricia Audi, who remotely participated with us in this first panel. And before going to the next panel, I would like to ask for attention for ladies and gentlemen for our main screen for a video, an institutional video showing a bit more what is in Loco and its objectives. Once again, we'd like to thank all of our sponsors. So please attend.
O Banco Santander apresenta Amazônia em Loco. O evento Amazônia em Loco tem por objetivo promover atividades econômicas que tenham como mote a preservação do meio ambiente e o aproveitamento inteligente de recursos naturais, explorando a potência econômica da região amazônica para gerar um futuro mais biossustentável aos moradores da região por meio dos negócios e empresas locais. Em palestras, rodadas de negócios e exposições, serão discutidos temas urgentes para o contexto atual do Brasil, com destaque para as ações privadas e políticas públicas que estão sendo desenvolvidas em prol da bioeconomia, biodiversidade e preservação da natureza. Participe você também do evento Amazônia em Loco e contribua para a promoção de investimentos em negócios sustentáveis.
because of our time. We will not, the break that was called for, we will then go straight to the second panel of our program. So we will have the panel and to moderate the debate of the theme of the Amazon. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, we have the pleasure of inviting the President of the Brazil-Finland Chamber of Commerce, Sergio Samoio. We also invite panelists, Márcio Vasconcelos, professor and researcher at the Federal University of Pará and the Federal University of Amazonas. Mr. Sérgio Amoroso, president of the Jaria Project. And we'll also have the participation of Evaristo de Miranda, General Head of Embrapa Territorial, who will present remotely. So therefore we give command to Sergio Chamoni, moderator for this panel. Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you to this panel on the Amazon yesterday, today, and tomorrow. We'll discuss sustainable development for the Amazon. For this, we will have three brilliant panelists. To my right, Sergio Amoroso, chairman of the group, and also president of the Jaria Foundation, He's a businessman. He's also a great humanist involved in several social projects, many of which are here at Amazon. So welcome, Sergio. We also have Professor Mário Vasconcelos, PhD in economics, development he coordinates University of Pará and Amazon. He has graduate courses in the area of regional development. So welcome, Professor. And we also have the pleasure of having Evaristo Miranda, the territorial area of Embrapa, who's with us via web. We'll talk about Evaristo Miranda is also very well known in the sector. He's an agronomist and also a PhD in ecology. He's already written more than thousands of scientific articles, more than 50 books. So we're anxious to hear about his commitment. So I will start now with Sergio Amoroso, who will talk about his experience in Amazon. Sergio, please. So it's a presentation. I don't know if we have it ready. It's a plug and play. So please, presentation by President Maroni. There it is. So 15 minutes is not much to give an explanation here. Now, so a little bit of the history, line timeline of the past. We can see government, and there were government incentives for the Amazon. The idea was to occupy the Amazon. There was a integrate, so as to not hand over. Since Getúlio Vargas, the Trans-Amazon, and so on. In 1967, the military government invited Daniel Ludwig, who acquired an area of approximately 3 million hectares, today 1.6 million hectares, and we started to lose land from donations and so on. Today our company has approximately 1.3 million hectares of forest. And then we have a work that I'll explain more farther along. So then there were two barges built in Japan, as you can see here. From Ludwig's time, they came 87 days traveling by right to Monte Dourado. And all these barges were the cellulose factory. The projects that were called for were kaolin, bauxite, hydroelectrics, rice. Currently, kaolin has an American group. Ludwig then put in a lot of money there during this period. Until 77 to 80 would be about $1 billion at the time. Brought in today would be about $8 to $10 billion today. An infrastructure that was created from the forest. And then there's this history from 82, it was nationalized, taken, kindly brought it over. In 2000, we brought the company from a group of banks led by BNDES, and the cellulose market headed by the Finns. They concentrated the size of the factories, and we were left with a small paper and cellulose factory. We needed to transform it, and we entered the soluble cellulose market. Today this cellulose is produced by Jari. It's for clothing, but it can be edible as well. When you're eating a hot dog, that little cover on a hot dog is cellulose. We don't know that, but we're also eating fibers. When you have, for example, when you take a shiny capsule for pill medicine, cellulose is used for that too as well. I like that. Put that previous photo up there because look how I'm young and a little bit older now. What do we are looking at for the future? Today it's like this, but for the future we're looking to, we have to integrate everything. Forest, business, people, and have instruments for that, and for that we are in a small example of everything. So we would say we're not a great model, but it's a model installed for 20 years since up until 2020. 2021 is not over yet, but we've done a lot of things during this period to try to implant a vision that we think needs to be predominant, that everyone has to participate, right? From the small inhabited producers and so on to the large business leader. If this is done balanced way, we have chances to do a fairer business activity. We have developed sustainable forest management since 2013. We've had several problems in this path with our professionals, with the banks, with the environmental people. But today we see that forest management, for it to be in fact controllable and have all of its custody chain, have all its processes done, for this to help the control agencies. The idea is to have this internationally certified, and then this will facilitate the life for the from the planning agency, because certification makes demands and you don't lose your custody chain. It's a model that needs to include the communities. There's a problem here with land title regularization, so many times you're not able to do your management because the land is not regularized, so this is one of the points of regularization. Another point that we looked at, the strategy we set up there was Jari Foundation, which is our foundation set up in '94, which is being developed. It does all of this part of contact with communities. It organizes dialogues with communities. communities. We've learned in these years that we, from our offices, from our chairs, many times we have a certain arrogance to these people taking the solution, and many times it's not what they want. When we arrived in Jari, we thought that there was infant child malnutrition. We did the research and we found that the Amazon is rich in Brazil nuts, fish, and cassava. So we didn't have the malnutrition there. What we noticed, what was the request from the communities there? Their problem was they wanted help with child prostitution problems they had. So you have an idea, then when you share this, the solution may end up being more interesting. So here are some points that we are working with. In family agriculture, we organized the Brazil nut chains, the Brazil nut producers had middlemen that they would advance them money, they go to the forest, spend 4 months in the forest, hand in their harvest, and they would end up owing money because they'd been advanced. And so they owed money to the middlemen, and so it was almost like semi-slavery. We then helped these people to organize, and I remember when the crisis came in 2009, a measure of the Brazil nuts dropped to 55 reais, so then we came in and started buying at 45 and fitting in money with money from the government. So we're able to support prices, and today they're organized in cooperatives, associations. They do the drying of Brazil nuts. They fund themselves. In fact, they were here, some more organized are able to fund themselves. They've left this model of being dependent on the middlemen, and they're free today. We say that we help people not to create dependency, but we help people to be free so that they can carry out their lives in a way that's partners with everyone. All of these processes that you're seeing here for agricultural, productive constructivism, all of them have a commitment. You say, okay, there's two of these, rights and duties. I'll help you, but you have a duty. You can't cut down the native forest. If you keep the forest standing in a partnership, there's jetpacks, which is carbon. We're fighting with this model since 2010 on this carbon model. And now, 2 or 3 years ago, we were able to finally implement. We now have a global areas of 1.5 million tons of carbon credits and planting. We've sold them in the past, and with the assumption all the resources, at least for now, we don't know how it's going to happen in the future. It's right, it may go up a lot, but all funds from RED goes to foundation to reapply in processes for organizing and development of businesses and communities, changing diesel to solar, and then reorganize the chain process, and we're moving. So we've set up a little model here where people are the center of our objective. Without, so who's going to destroy? It's humans, right? So, for their interests. So we're able to solve the problem of people through strategies, through economic models, whatever we will avoid. I have testimonies. I visit these communities a lot. People that we're in partnership with, and several of them have told me, look, people came here and wanted to work with timber, we didn't accept it. We came out and another person wanted to do this and that, we didn't accept it. We kicked them all out. Why do they do that? Because they have partnerships and they're happy, they're economically resolved, they have producers for cassava planters, And they said, look, I used to work with timber. But then later, after we organized here, we don't have even time anymore to cut timber. And we sell our production, we're happy, and so on. So then these are strategies that we set up, always within this vision of compliance profit, otherwise we don't planet profit. So then we have here some challenges for all of this to work. We've already talked about in the first presentation, land title, and broad and transparent land title. It's a condition of, for us to solve all this. From all of this, we come the process of financial resources are also very important, infrastructure, long-term plans, and finally, if everyone is not involved, we have had this discussion of who demands people. So you're in the Amazon, you're here, you're there. If we don't get together and and bring together the competence and knowledge, we're going to be sitting there pointing fingers at each other. The path forward is let's come together and we'll get there. Okay? So congratulations, brilliant. Very good. So before we go to the questions, I'll give the word to Dr. Vice Vasconcelos to make your presentation. Then we'll do a debate, okay? So then, again, can you hear me? All right. I would like to thank the invitation for this discussion here, to share this time, this moment. It's an invitation by Modelo, Sergio also, and now share this panel. So I feel very free to share what we have. Put some slides, but and some of the points, and I have a there's control here. Could you give me the control? So, all right. Now, then I started when I was invited. I thought, what am I going to talk about? What could I talk about in the discussions about the Amazon? And then the title is just for us to direct this for local farmers, and this will go very much in line with what was said. We already talk about the Amazons and developments. We have to use the plural. We will see in my talk of what this meaning is. So then, when you talk about the Amazon, what is the Amazon? To be didactic, but the idea that I bring into this debate is to discuss the Amazon, talking about what the Amazon is: coastal, it's forest. The good part is, in terms of forest questions now, but it's land use. But the Amazon also is boundaries. It has mangroves. It is the island parts. It's the Amazon is several, intrinsically complex. And so this is the point. It's very important. I like to reflect, first to reflect, because of thinking of the future for the region. Obviously, Amazon, you have other perspectives more. You can also have the biomes, legal questions. We talk about the Amazon biome, but also is the biome also has question. It has homogeneities, but also has heterogeneities. So then this is, as we have repeats to understand, the Amazon is not a single, it's not all forest. And so I can talk about my experience in talking overseas. When you talk about the Amazon, it's forest. That's what they think about. It's forest and burning, and that's what is discussed when you talk about. And and many universities, in fact. But the Amazon is not just a forest, and so we're polemical or not. But I'd like to note that but the Amazon is not just forest. So then when we talk about developing the forest, there's perspectives for rural areas, for also there's urban area, because most of the Amazon today, the population is urban mostly. So then another point that I could highlight is that 42% of the population is in poverty, 42% is in poverty, and so then of course aggravated by COVID, and then so when you develop, I don't know if it's a question of, we organize, but prioritize maybe a structure for development to reach a minimum of this population that's sharing this. So then we can demonstrate this design of Amazon that will help us to understand for development. So then, as I said, I was happy when we talk about people. So then this, of course, the economy is the driver for all of this process. It's the condition for, but it's not alone. This is something that this is obvious, of course, but it's good to reinforce the development. When we talk about development, it's ideological, it's a political process, and it's a process for development. And so then, as I said, I want to be didactic, but I want to say, what am I looking at to talk about developments of the Amazons? And so the perspectives here, obviously, and policies of the taking process forward. Talking about ideology. So then we have a project more modernizing traditionally, then social reformists. Then there's a question, the analytic perspective, which is done to disperse a bit. That we today are in stagnation right now. There isn't really a project now. And in my reading, particularly, and I have to say this from my perspective that we analyze, we're in a period of a crisis of a project. We lack an effective development project. We're letting development leaving from the logic of the system, the natural system, and we're letting it going alone with very few processes for planning, for development to really reach greater viability, which is people, from my point of view. So, and this is, I would say, in Brazil. So then, since the panel was the Amazon past, present, and future, obviously you have to do this very quickly. That all the past, recent past is always, we talk about planning for the Amazon region. I would say that it ended up from the point of view at the end of the 80s. The natural wealth and economic wealth, natural wealth, economic wealth, and social wealth. Today we'd say, to be clear, things are not so linear. Natural resources does not necessarily become economic wealth. All the natural wealth here in the region is not transformed into economic. or social wealth. We have advanced in the economic with planning for development of the region until the end of the 80s, but this process was not transformed into social wealth. So it has not reached this social wealth. And this recent past, everyone was bringing here for us to construct a bit the idea. So this process for colonization that we've been through, the major enterprise, the mining, hydro, ranching, and all. It's important to say that all of this design here was planned, right? If you gave some things went wrong, we had results that were beyond what was expected. We didn't really reach them, but they were planned and executed in the search for a logic for development, which was at the time prevalent at the time, and that brings a series of actions, of initiatives that reached a design from state present today. So how are we going to design the Amazon today for things that were thought about in the past? So there's execution and so on. So then I always go with the following assumption. Development is a process. Development is by trajectory. Development is also contradictory. When I say it's contradictory, because whenever you have this present, the present state dies, and then you have, so things change. There's always going to be changing. But this change is always seeking positive, but it's not always positive. It's not always only positive. So the present signs practically what we have in the past. In some other areas, so the soy industry was a process in the 90s. The oil palm arrived in the 2000s, and these were processes for attempting to occupy this space and already human impacted space, area already deforested. So then development has involved some initiatives there. We also had a process of regreening, to regreen the Amazon with environmental policies that are more, and so then preservation. So then the project would be we turn it brown and then we green it again. But so we still have a predominance of significant predominance of primary forests, but in policies or design, we still have to do this. Planning for the Amazon, and then question of population again. There's a point here. So then the past and present, then what do we have now in the present? So past, present, influence of roots. We have the territory reconfigured. Our transportation modal has changed. A lot of things have changed. Urbanization is growing. The Amazon is highly urbanized now in many ways. In my reading, it's always homogenizing perspective for development. And we also have, but the biome is not homogeneous. The region is not socially homogeneous. We have different connectivity within the region, and there are interests that are differentiated, as we say. And now this produces. So then, and it ended up, in terms of the territory in itself, is demanding organization, which has already been said, and we need to have more strong environmental policies and a logic for sustainable development. When I say that demand for environmental management involves the training of people to an understanding of the significance of environmental management for action in environmental management, including in the public sector. So we've advanced very much in the capitals and the states, the municipalities, but a good part of the municipalities in the Amazon don't have the capacity for taking forward a process of development based on an environmental management. So I'm running quick because time is running. So then the logic proposed for the future, what do we have for the future? We already have disputes in general. It's normal within any society. So shall we continue being exporters around the edges, perfectly verticalization? We have projects for internationalization, selective internationalization of specific processed products from the forest. They can able to enter the international market, generate income. It would be selective internationalization of the process for its local development. Small communities that have their peculiarities and their specific needs and their specific knowledges that they also want to have to present and conditions to development. And there's a ranching modernization that was talked about. What would be one of the paths for the Bank of the Amazon? Hold a bit. The extensive modernization may be a path, so we have then intensification of agriculture, of ranching, for example, non-extensive, maintaining the forest standing, carbon sequestration, environmental service, and bioeconomy, which is a more recent discussion, and from the point of view recent, but it's not so recent because we've always used this natural resource for the economy, so it'd be a new proposal for bioeconomy that would have its limitations since bioeconomy is based on industrialization, bioindustrialization, and for that you need to have science and technology and innovation of the forest products for the Amazon, so we have to advance in that regard. So then some aspects to close out, because you have a few seconds on my reflection. We need to interpret the Amazon and more heterogeneously. I think that we cannot homogenize the logic, from my point of view, so the logic is to be incorporated into the discussed interface with land development, which is another theoretical part. Talk about territories, dividing a region into territories and advancing a bit on that, but we need to go to this line. Return to planning for development. We haven't had, since the 90s, we haven't had effective planning since the 90s. They can contribute to the development process. And we have to have territorial and endogenous in development. What would that mean? Process constructed by the region itself. We already have, from the point of view, the capacity. We have intellectual mass and data that we can discuss and implement and present proposals for the land development for the Amazon region and the interface with the region. And then, for example, is export processing zones are, so these can be used and so we have some points here, but I won't be able to talk about it. We'll close out with these last three. It's very important from my point of view within this context. Invest science, technology, and innovation. The technological leveling and we need to level out the inter-regional technologies, and also have for urban areas, think about impactful areas. We can discuss some things. We talk about impact business for urban areas. As the poor population is largely in the urban areas, we have to think about smaller scale business that can have a social impact and modify status quo. Sorry, Professor. Very interesting, this Amazons and developments. All in the plural, we'll discuss this. And so now I'll give the word to Dr. Evaristo Miranda, who is on the BioWeb. And so welcome, Dr. Evaristo. Did we lose Dr. Evaristo? So let's continue with, as soon as we can get him back. So meanwhile, we could just ask a few questions here. Sandra, you talked very much on the importance of land title regularization to improve the business environment. What do you think can be done to solve this problem? Regularize, yes. So what's so hard? Why is this so hard? I'll give an example to be practical. The BMDS in the state of Pará, panel. At the time, the state attorney came and canceled all the land title that we had and made it start all over again, right? And so then you start all over again, and as that whole period, you go to a TIP, go to the land office, authorization. I've since 2006 and 7 trying to regularize, and so far I haven't had success at all. And this impacts, I've already lost investments because we didn't have land title regularization, and in the work that we do with the communities, because regularization involves us recognizing the communities and the people in the forest and also giving title to them. And when we then do business that you have to get funding for them, they go to the bank and the bank demands land title and they don't have it. So we have had some success and some financing for these communities where Jari goes and says, look, the title's mine. It's irregular because the state says it doesn't count. A lot of things in this country, you're legal, then you're non-legal, and then you have to go and revalidate everything, and then it becomes an epic journey to regularize. And so I see that if we don't have a clear and transparent policy for regularization, we're going to continue having a lot of problems at all levels, including losing investments, losing opportunities. And I know the Europeans don't invest if you have problems. I know the Europeans won't invest if they see you. We had some, for example, international companies that came in wanting to occupy lands already planted, 130,000 hectares already planted. From these lands, you plant 40,000, and then you plant another 40,000. So then you to use less fertilizer, but we have a lot of potential for expanding. If you have an idea, the project for management that's being set up in Amapá will generate about 500 direct jobs. It was done, we just did research which was opened up. We still have to contract 250 people. And so then 1,600 people came for 400 jobs. So then it looks like, and so have we got Dr. Evaristo's problem solved? It looks like not. So there he is. He's here. I haven't touched anything at all. It's a stochastic process. Can you hear me? Very well. Maybe, I'm sorry, I'm going to go straight to my presentation. Can you see my presentation? Beautifully, beautifully. Okay. So I was very happy from hearing from Mario and Sergio, because it's exactly the same perspective that we worked with Embrapa, and especially territorial Embrapa. It's not one biome, and it's questions of people of the center here. This is very territorial. We work with territories in Brazil. 35 years we've been working in all the states in the Amazon and all the region. And really, contrary to mine and Sergio presented, when we talk about sustainability in the Amazon,
we quickly attract a lot of interest in Brazil. The people who plan don't execute, and they plan but don't execute, and they evaluate what they didn't do. That's great. And I'm accompanying, we've seen this more people who plan, don't execute, and then evaluate what they didn't do. And so then there will be other panels saying with this type of posture that we have to make do. We have to build each one in your area. And this Amazon, as was said, it's almost 30 million inhabitants, 70% of the cities, but 30% in rural areas. And this rural population is that I will quickly make some considerations because part of what we're concerning us in the Amazon. So I would like to say a quick word about these farmers and this agriculture in the Amazon biome, because a large number of processes and projects and proposals for bioeconomy and everything ignore the existence of these people. In the country, people would like them not to exist, and some people go beyond. They propose de-anthropization of areas, and so then obviously in this situation I would like to summarize the situation of the forest and the native vegetation. We're talking about deforestation in the future of the Amazon. It will follow in the line of cooperating, which I talked about. Cooperation is the only valid path. So the farmers in the Amazon, it's not 2 or 3. We have registered in Embrapa in very detailed areas in the Amazon biome. The successive governments have set up 2,312 agrarian settlements and 500,000 families in settlements alone. 500,000 families. So then you already have almost 2 million people in some cases. So besides that, 650,000 producers were registered in GATS, and Embrapa Territorial has this register all worked on, corrected, and so on. 89% is small farmers who are making an effort, huge effort to get into this registry, and so we have the coordinates. We know where these 750,000 rural farm properties are, but the agricultural census in Amazon for the first time got the graphs and the coordinates, and each establishment in the Amazon, they found 677,000 establishments. We have a coordinated data for each one. When you get together all of this, it's more than 1 million families living in the Amazon productions. And so the situation in Roraima is very different from Amapá and Pará and so on to lots of Amazons. The crops today occupy 2% of the biome, pastures 10%, and agriculture in the context nationally is very small. Yes, that less than 2% of the cotton in Brazil. Most significant is coffee, corn, and soy, especially Mato Grosso and Pará for soy, coffee for Rondônia, and of course the cattle herd. This is recurring and intensifying every year. Every year you have a reduction of area and pasture in the Amazon, and you increase the number of head of cattle. And the occupation in the Amazon is greater than the national Amazon. So you can see the vector is verticalization of production of grains, feed, chickens, and so on, acre, and of even neighboring countries. And just to summarize, agricultural production in the Amazon is irrelevant for Brazil. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant for exports. But it's very relevant for supplying urban centers of the Amazon. As was said, these centers, there's more than 700 centers. We're not 50 or 30 or 100. We're talking about more than 700 urban areas whose price milk, meat, eggs, veggies, fruits. These are the small farmers supplying its expensive life in local production, meeting in a differentiated way in several territories. It's crucial for the Amazon. So as we've also said, these producers need to have land title recognition. They need to be supported and not criminalized. And for that, we have to take technology to them and take land title organization. I'll not spend time because it's already been said. So land title organization is crucial for them to make investments, diversify production, intensify and adopt technologies, but it's the mother of all battles without exception. Land title organization, without this you don't want to advance. Now, even so, we have a detailed mapping of the forest and the situation of vegetation in the Amazon biome. And as was said, there are many Amazons, many territories, and you can see people talking about the Amazon forest. In fact, we have 22 types of forests in the Amazon. Known, mapped. There's acai can be not one of all of them. Acai may be important in one, but none of the others. Palm, heart, all these values, the soil parts, it's extremely diversified. It has to be known. And you don't know what type of forest is being deforested. So the analytical capacity is very small. So then people who plan and execute then evaluate what they didn't do. They do these lots of proposals. People who've never stepped foot in the Amazon and don't have any idea of this diversity that you can see. In summary, we have Amazon, all the conservation units, all the indigenous areas, all the areas preserved when they're producers and so on. But 84% of 0.1% is native in vegetation. You add to this huge water surface like the Tapajós, but also Samoa, Valmina, and the dams, you have 86% is natural condition. Then you have the 13.8% has been exploited. Now what happens is that given the conservation units, this green, it's an area that's extended a lot in the last few years. Today, 71% of the biome is legally protected, cannot be deforested anymore. Or what's left, you have a forest code which only allows you 20%. And in practice, 81% of the biome is legally protected and preserved, legally. This means that if we deforest what is legally authorized, and shall we say for 50 years, or deforesting what is legally authorized as possible, it would be to add another 2.5% of area. So there's nothing else. The rest is already either protected or preserved. So then we have the huge challenge, which we need technology and knowledge, as was said, investments in science and technology, but also investments and resources. You have to manage and take care of all this vegetation. Its situation in Acre is very different from the situation in the north, Tocantins or Amapá or so on. So this requires mobilization, application of considerable scientific and knowledge and resources, human resources, and when you normally call those interested in the Amazon here and overseas, they are not very available for this reality. So I'd like to close by talking about this future that was said. We talk about more in the present and the future. I have books about the history of the Amazon. A book of mine is when the Amazon was running for the Pacific. So this river, in the past, the Amazon went to the Pacific. So this geologic story, this natural story, this human story, the political story, it's very much worked on by Brazilians, by those who live there. But we have this recent evolution of deforestation. I want to go into details, but if we take deforestation from measured by INPE, we can say that deforestation has been reduced in the Amazon. The average over the last years, 30 years ago, was the last 20 years has dropped. In the last 10 years has dropped. To have an idea of how it's too difficult to talk about these things calmly, it's that last year deforestation reduced. 2020 was lower to deforestation in 2019. But all of media in Brazil is talking about deforestation increased. Everybody's saying it increased when the data showed that it reduced. You could say, but it wasn't very much. But there's a new cycle of reduction now. But now, this is not a narrative, it's like when you're talking about deforestation increased last year, it was talked about right and left and here and overseas against data. Now in Brapa, what is the job of knowing how many deforestations produce these 10,000 kilometers? How much deforestation? So when you, I won't go into detail, I've been doing this for 11 years, but on average in the Amazon, every year 31,000 deforestation actions go. It's a sum of 31,000, which is this total. So 10 to 15% of that is outside the renewables. It's about around cities, it's infrastructure, it's conservation units, indigenous lands and so on. In the rural areas, 27,000. How many farmers do we have in Amazon? Do we say more than 1 million? And that means that 98% of the producers don't have any involvement with this issue. We're talking about an epiphenomenon, so this has to be worked on. It has to be considered. I will conclude this thing besides deforestation is a process of regeneration. So the total area deforested by a project is 35 years. This area is also monitored and together with EMP what happens with the deforested area. And we do this monitoring. So then 30% of the area deforestation has come back to native vegetation, when 10% is very solid forest today. Other areas can be secondary forests and so on, but there's a balance of carbon between deforestation and regeneration, and it's not small, it's mapped. This regeneration is mapped, it's happened in the deforested areas. So in practice, 30% of what was deforested is occupied again by native vegetation in several levels. And so, some things that Sergio said, I think that there's a major disinformation cultivated on the Amazon. Mario said at the beginning, we talked about this question, according to the convenience, just talk about the Amazon basin. If you want to talk about, you can say it's poor, you talk about the northern region, the governors of the northern region, you can talk about the legal Amazon, you talk about the Amazon bio, you talk about the basin. We have to focus really on the bio, but Brazil should do the date homework and every year present a report with map data of the situation in the Amazon, not to justify or to condemn. It's the conclusion of our conference, okay? To present the state of the Brazilian Amazon, not just deforestation. Deforestation is a little piece of the net of the box. It's just a little piece. Extractivism is a little bit. We talked about the work by Roma, but there's all the aggregated indigenous land, settlements, kilobots. There are all these productive chains, agricultural, diversified, that are being intensifying, are verticalizing. You can see that the Abuna Bridge will generate change. It's our generating in the case of Acre, the hydrovia waterways in Rondônia. So all these changes in infrastructure by people, all of this is, the states need to be shown annually, and the group. We can discuss box against box, so there's a recommendation. Now Sergio also said something, Mario also said something. It's that since the times of the Portuguese crown, the state has already had a plan for the region. They've always had a plan for the region. There's in a book where I analyze from 1500 until last century, every 50 years, what was the plan? The crown had the plan of the empire, the plan of the republic for the Amazon. But as I said very well, since the 90s, we don't have any more. So then, of course, outside people get worried in the air, but where's the Amazon going? What are you going to do with the Amazon in 5, 10 years? You're not saying we need to have a planning, at least globally overall, for 3 fundamental situations in Amazon. These 84% preserved. You have to put this on the map. You put it very clearly saying, look, In 50 years, we'll deforest to 2% of what's legally possible. Acceptable, so and so, and we're in forests and conservation units. What is your plans for the preserved areas? And so when you have this area consolidated, 14%, there's some places where farming's been there for 2 centuries. The Braganchini region has been there for a while, so land title regularization is crucial in all this area. Technical assistance, social plan also for this other reality. I'm not saying to say something simplified, but of course you have these species. They're very catching fire, people are cutting forests, there's change in land use that are happening legally and illegally, and this also requires other management, other plans. So I'd like to thank your attention. I'm completely aligned with what was said, because I also, the dynamics of the region. Someone says you understand them. So you finished studying last night. It's changed from yesterday until today, and it'll continue to change regardless of what we're talking about. Father Vieira, who preached in Belém, several very interesting sermons about the Amazon that he used in the plurals. He talks about the oceanic distances that you have between saying and doing. It's what we would take people to do something. So thank you very much. So we see that our panelists here are completely aligned with the very rich discussion, and this is one of the major objectives of the Amazon and Loco was exactly to share knowledge and numbers, real knowledge and numbers about what is the Amazon, for the Amazon, because it's not just Europe that doesn't know the numbers for the Amazon, it's Brazil that doesn't know. So this suggestion of Dr. Evaristo is absolutely brilliant for Brazil to communicate these numbers annually to the world and with solid data based on strategies, on satellites and all these forms of technology. We'll back up the exact. So thank you very much. Now taking advantage that Dr. Evaristo is online here with these complicated issues, I'd like to ask a question directly to him. Embrapa, which is national pride, it develops technologies for all sorts of biomes in Brazil. It's known that it also is developed for the Amazon, right? In fact, for degraded areas. Now, in this presentation, you said about 2,312 rural land reform settlements. And so more than 2 million people. And so plus the quilombolas of areas that they own and so on. How is this fantastic knowledge that Embrapa has developed, how does this knowledge reach these people? Please, Dr. Evaristo. These things arrive. So this is a drop in the ocean. So we have to have the entrepreneurialism. They want to improve. So you get the environment together. So then I'll regularize you. So you're at the bottom of the well. And so then you have technology. So we have to do the regularization. We have to believe in entrepreneurism. I believe very much in what you said, Embrapa, take to them now. It has to be made available. We have Embrapas throughout all the states of Brazil. There are lots of technology available, lots of things being adopted. This theme of degraded pastures, I like it. It's like see, because you're seeing pastures reducing. I can't say that it's degrading because it's not degraded. To be reusing the pasture. And I know people who've used techniques from Embrapa to use the same pasture and increase productivity. And so there's a lot of solutions. Somebody said it's a lot of Amazons. You can't generalize, but also the collection that we have is great. the data. There's a lot of data. Now what we need is to summarize basic questions and the rural questions. And really land title regularization, and from that helping to organize cooperatives. It's dramatic. I've been to a lot in Rondônia. I have 400 producers. I monitor them for 40 years, almost, all the same ones. It's dramatic to see how they fought, and today they still don't have land title. So then a farmer didn't pass the medical exam because he'd had a stroke. Of course, he was 70 years old. So you don't have help to get a title. I had help when I got here. So we have to focus on this time. If there's a recommendation that my colleagues have said, it's to regularize land title regularization. Yeah, I would just add something to the question. With this knowledge of others, we have several examples to cite. We did a partnership with Embrapa, and in the Amazon there's cassava, manioc. Cassava is very much used. Embrapa developed a model, a plant that produces to 2 or 3 times more than the traditional manioc plant, cassava plant. Embrapa has also developed açaí in dry land. So there's several products of Embrapa that are available. But as Dr. Evarista says, all of that is there available, that is moving slowly, and it doesn't go faster again because of regularization, which blocks everything. And you can't understand why that. You can't understand. I don't understand. Public agencies, give us a hand, please. So my question for the audience to Dr. I can't hear, obviously, what the person is saying. I'm sorry, this person is, I can't hear the person. I can't understand the person's got his back turned to me. So, sorry. Base. Let's put this on the paper. Yes. The other question that came here from the audience is for Dr. Mario. Would it be possible to internationalize Amazon fruits not so well known in Brazil, such as Buriti, Murici, Bacuri, with the intent of increasing the visibility of these products, as the case of cocoa, which is organic, right? Which is wonderful. This problem with scale and so on. Talk a little about that, because açaí's already worked. What about the others? What's the potential? That's not specifically from that area with the greatest potential specifically this product. What I can say is that we have lots of fruits, lots of possibilities, not only fruits, but resources from nature that can be selected for this process of upasu, for example. Now, how long does it take for it to reach for production and so on? I can't tell you because bacuri is a cycle, is a fruit that takes a long time to produce and so on. So you'd have these elements. But I know that in pharmaceuticals we've advanced a lot. And so maybe You need to have more science and technology to innovate and move in that line. Selective. It's a proposal. Exactly. And talking about this of applying fruits from the Amazon, I note that, for example, today in the world there is a major demand for biomaterials, textile fibers, and so in Finland, all of that is, they use this. I imagine this is a major potential for us as well. What do you think? As I said, we have lots and lots of resources and biodiversity that can be used, but we still need more knowledge about the biodiversity for these products. I would say that much more science and technology. Into that, we obviously need more researchers and more investments in that area. So, sharing here, in terms of need for planning, we have to think about short, medium, and long-term planning. It has to be designed, long, medium, and short, so then in the short term, we have to immediately fight this poverty. What can we do? As I used to said, we have to produce to meet the demand, the urban demand. So this is something we already know how to do. But it's a short term. Medium term, more training for people. Long term, bioeconomy, to have more knowledge of what you can say put on the market. There's another question from the audience for Dr. Evaristo. How to unite everybody for developing the Amazon considering the polarization that we're in now? It's a difficult question to answer, but that's just a point. Someone has just said that these products from the Amazon, Alfredo Homa has Roosevelt, Jaboranji, Rosewood, in other words, if we create a national market, extractivism only works as long as it doesn't work. When it doesn't work. Because when it works, it is not able to sustain the demand. And you have devastation of the natural resource. So you have to get all domesticated and plant. Any fruit that you can imagine there, fine. But to reach there, you have to domesticate productivity and everything, and cultivate. It's unbelievable that today one of the most important, which uses jambu and the mark jambu leaf, which is a line, I won't cite it, but it's all produced in Sao Paulo. This jambu is not being produced in the Amazon for this campaign, right? I'm talking about so there's a socioeconomic question which is very serious. Land to the rest, you can talk about national to markets and domesticate. You have to domesticate and plant it to plant it. You need to have farmers, safety, credit, and so on. So you plant in Bretanya, Guaraná, you plant in Bahia. To sow the rubber trees in Sao Paulo and all this. So this topic cannot be simplistic and magic to think now. What my colleague said is I think you have to talk. The problem we talked about is serious because today we have convictions. People don't have convictions, they don't have arguments anymore. If you have convictions, you can't do anything because their arguments are not. So we have to try to, we can't solve things by shouting. You have to have numbers. And also with territories, as we said, because we discussed territories as something more circumstantial. You have to have more objectivity. And there's a phrase from Deming that I like very much. Our Deming, he says that in God we trust. All others pay cash. So it's a very important thing, which is one of the solutions for the Amazon, but that I'm impressed because very few people know the topic. You don't talk about in the media, which is forest management. You have a lot of experience with forest management in Jari, right? Tell me what is lacking for this to, you say, management can generate 600 jobs, right? What you harvest in the forest is 30 cubic meters per hectare. It's a needle in a haystack. It regenerates quickly. The forest continues standing. Why isn't this something the government uses in concessions to make money and in taxes and generate income, exports and so forth? What do you think? You described the farm management well. 30 years in a region you cut three or four trees per hectare in a tree doing a very selective and organized process, leaving seed trees, leaving areas for preservation and so on. Management is consolidated as a source for resources. The Amazon forest could be the major supplier for timber for the world, and it's not managed in a responsible, sustained regularization against the communities. Again, in the communities, we have in Jari 1.3 million hectares, but there's about 100,000 hectares in communities that could be doing management within our lands. But how will I recognize them if the state says in my title this doesn't work? I have to start again. So again, everybody is to know, as you're saying again, look, let's regularize, let's organize, and then we can start. There's lots of solutions and management for certification. Also, you can make money with carbon credits. Our current credit project is perhaps one of the most advanced because there's a work from the foundation with the communities, and all of this in buys and the credits they demand. Because credit today is voluntary. It's not something obligatory. You buy it if you want it, but it does a series of demands. And we can present all this work for the communities, the inhabitants of the forest, with monitoring by satellite and avoiding deforestation. So one of the items in carbon credits is management. Look at this virtuous cycle. Management is within this, and so then management is a major source of employment income for the forest, and if done appropriately, and insist, that's certified management products because it will help very much, and enforcement helps very much in the custody chain, okay? I was curious with something in the presentation from Dr. Mario. You at the end of the presentation said that business impact business, what is that? Conceptually, it's business that is impact business can rapidly transform a state, shall we say, a poor state. There's social impacts, environmental impacts. Now, their business is not something done or randomly. It's something where you can take advantage of a process already installed, and from that create value based on another business. An example, shall we say, the acai again, the residues. There's lots of residues being generated that can be used for building new business. We have a problem with the seed, right? So it's a residue, it's fuel for boilers or for something else. It has lots of technology. You can use this. And it's causing environmental problems. It's not being transformed into business. And you can make it into business. You have experiences. In such a building, at least the data from 4 or 5 years ago, produced about 400,000 tons of acai seeds per year. So they asked me to help. Can you help us in solution? I said, look, you could burn in our boilers. That could be fuel. So then we started to build that. We burned about 200,000 tons in a year. And then bureaucracy said, look, you have to have notes and this, here's for tax, and so that complicated again. And so then we have our biomass there. I was doing a business to help, and also to see if we create other sources. And in the end, I'm joking, but you have to be pragmatic. You find a solution, there's an impact, and bureaucracy then complicated. How can this happen? Makes no sense. So unfortunately, there's only 2 minutes left from our debate. It's a pity because there's lots of interesting things for us to discuss. So, but I would like to make a request to Dr. Mario. I'm very happy to see that despite so many negative things that happen, we don't talk about the Brazilian leadership that wants to solve the problem of the Amazon. For example, you see the federal government created that National Council for the Amazon with President Moro. The governors are very much involved in the north. They're very much involved in this question. I see that in the Bioeconomy Forum 2 weeks ago, they came in large numbers. They had meetings afterwards. There at COP. So how do you see this involvement of leaders, Brazilian leaders, politically in sustainability? And also, if your area, which is academia, if you're consultative, because you guys have sciences, you have the numbers there. Are you being involved? Sergio, you're a guy who has so much experience, 20 years in the Amazon. Are you being involved in this as well? Unfortunately, as far as I know it, we in academia haven't been called to present our data. Same. In fact, the governors of state, talking about the members, they don't have active voice in the effective board. There's a ministry, the minister, a group of ministers are part of the council. That, with this, so then it comes back to the question of Amazon. Discussion on Amazon based is always on from the outside, so the dialogue needs to be more strengthened. And so the weaknesses of the... So what do you think about this, Dr. Evaristo? Yeah, it's completely right. The Amazonians they're always the last to be heard, and they're not even heard sometimes. It's really these people have the vocation that you plan and don't execute and evaluate what you didn't do. It's a very nice position. It's easy to be taken. It's easy to... And this is an essential audience, but not always valued or heard. Solutions of the Amazon have to come from the Amazon, from people who are there, considering who is there, the knowledge that they have there, and problems that are recognized. We have to get beyond that. People talk about exotic fruits. I was remembering that they don't have amber. People are drinking orange juice. They don't have oranges there because you can't take orange from here or there. So produce Amazon orange in the Amazon, you have to 2 or 3 more times. You have to do much more management, and so then there's everything is used, is consumed. If there's a little bit left over from one house, they send it to somewhere else. There are people trying to do things, and you talked about Maldives. Best manioc people are helping the Northeast, exporting Ambrapa to the Northeast. They organize, so there's a dynamic, an entrepreneurial dynamics in the Amazon. People have to come from outside, from top down, to bring solutions to tell us what to do. Now, we have to hear these people who are there in their areas, and they're excellent. So I'd like to thank the 3 brilliant panelists. I think it was very rich. It's a pity we didn't spend more time, but it ended up. I'd like to thank you very much. So thank you very much to the moderator and the panelists for the rich content. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a lunch break, and we hope to see you all back at 2 to continue our experience. Remembering all that there are several options for restaurants, from regional dishes to international cuisine, so feel free, and remember to take advantage of the period to visit the stands in the Amazon stand. So, okay, we to see you all back at 2. Have a great lunch.
Recording in progress.
e. Alejandro? I do hear you. I do hear you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was just muting myself. I will mute myself again. I didn't hear you so well because the music is quite loud. Very nice, but loud music. What did you say? Okay. Fine, 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 fine. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I wait. I unmute myself. I mute myself, but I leave the camera on. It's okay?
Yes, I can. Okay, no problem. Hi, yeah. Okay. That's okay. Is that like a firm? Is that a firm time? Or should we stay here waiting? That's the question. Okay. Olá. O Camarão, só para te dar um toque, vai começar provavelmente às 2h30 e para a gente ficar de microfone e câmera fechados e voltar próximo das 2h30.
Tem alguma questão aqui de escolha de língua ou não?
Acho que a gente vai fazer a apresentação em português, né? Mas o pessoal tá aí, capaz, de repente eles podem falar contigo, eles estão ouvindo aí.
Você não mudou nada, né, Silvia, no seu?
Como assim? Mudar como?
Não, em termos de língua, tem vezes que tem uma questão da escolha da língua para escutar a tradução. Você fala em português, você está na pessoa que está em português, você não vai ficar na pessoa que está falando em inglês, né?
Bom, eu já não pensei, né?
Acho que já não tem. Estamos aqui, então tá tudo certo.
Porque essa nossa coisa é separada, né? Então eu já não sei, né? Eu preferia ouvir na língua, se for inglês, na língua original, né? Ou se for em português também, né? Mas, enfim, nós vamos falar em português, né?
Certo. Tá ótimo. A Karina.
Tudo bem? Karina também vai ainda, tá de coisa a ver.
Acho que a gente fala todo mundo em português, Camarão.
Não, a gente vai todo mundo em português, sim.
Nós três vamos, né? Foi assim, até fiz a apresentação também em português mesmo, né?
Também, tudo em português.
Eles falaram, Camarão, que é para apresentar, a gente mesmo fazer a apresentação do nosso PowerPoint.
Perfeito. Tá ótimo. Então tá bom. Vai todo mundo em português. Vai ter um palestrante em inglês. Olá. Todos vão falar em português.
Nós três, né? Mas
nós
eu
três,
acho que...
e a pessoa de Bruxelas vai falar inglês.
Fiz, Maria, mas a apresentação está em português. A gente combinou que a gente falar.
Vai falar todo mundo em português. Estão todos em português e o primeiro palestrante, que é de Bruxelas, vai falar inglês. A gente não vai mudar as coisas agora em cima da hora, sinto muito.
Porque falaram pra gente ontem que era pra gente escolher. Então a gente escolheu tudo em português, né? A apresentação está em português, então realmente essa edição aí de som depois para botar lá, aí eu não sei como é que vocês vão fazer, mas rodo com o Camarão, para mim isso da hora pra gente mudar agora. Sim, fizemos já, mas podemos fazer de novo. Bom.
You hear me and you see me, hopefully, right? Okay, everything is working. I just put the loudspeaker a bit down because we were waiting But for the rest, it's fine for you? All is okay? Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, I close everything, okay? Good. Thank you.
Vocês falaram no comecinho que era para a gente apresentar nós mesmos, né? Pode ser, se eu conseguir ver o que eu vou estar apresentando, eu posso passar, porque daí eu tenho um novo controle ali sem ter que ficar pedindo, né? Next, próximo. Bora. Isso, exatamente, isso. Exato.
Eu também prefiro passar por aqui, tá?
Vou fazer o teste aqui então, tá? Tá, eu sempre acabo tendo problema com essas coisas, sou meio, sei lá. Aí se eu botar assim...
Apareceu, Silvia, pra gente. Já apareceu pra gente.
Aparecendo como apresentação ou os slides?
Não, aí você coloca lá na apresentação.
Ah, pronto, agora entrou, né?
Positivo, já está em modo apresentação.
Beleza,
Ótimo.
então testado. Deixa eu parar o share aqui, stop share.
Vou testar o meu aqui, está tudo certo. Pronto, estão vendo, né?
Ops, sim.
Funcionando.
Ainda foto.
Adoro ela. Sempre uso.
Eu vou tentar a minha também. Dá pra ver, gente?
Beleza. Ah, a sua pelo menos está em inglês, né?
Eu fiz em inglês, Ela tá com os slides em português, então é uma mistura. Assim.
É um mix. Salada.
O meu, como não tem nenhuma animação, eu poderia ter colocado em inglês, mas a gente combinou que ia ser em português, eu fiz tudo em português, né? Tem que contratar uma pessoa que faça seja assistente de elaboração de apresentação para mim, que eu sou completamente não imaginativa.
Um comentário. Eu acho que a gente está sendo escutado, já estamos ouvindo, tá?
Você tem que perguntar para ele em inglês.
Yes? What do you want? Yes? No, I don't have any presentation. But my understanding is I would start by sort of a keynote speech and I will just speak. Is that okay? Is that what you had planned? Okay, fine. No, but that's all I will do. Yeah? Okay. Good.
in this important event. I'd like to say to everyone that parallel to the seminar, there is the Pan-Amazonic Lounge. The Euro-Amazonic Lounge will receive its visitors until 6 p.m. today and tomorrow until 1 p.m. So just make a visit. In the round of business, we're going to have the European enterprises in the Amazon region until today at 6 p.m. until the day of November 11. To continue the panels of this afternoon, I will have a discussion promoted by the delegation of the European Union in Brazil about transition to the eco-economy. The third panel in the European Union in Brazil, succeeding together in the great transition, will be performed in English with a simultaneous translation. I recommend to all of you to get all your earphones to follow the translators, and the equipment will be taken in the entrance of the event. So to start our program, it is invited to compose the table as a moderator and panel presenter, and the other ones will be present in a remote way. For the moderation, we have Mr. Stephen Einen, responsible for the sector of cooperation of the delegation of the European Union in Brazil. Please, let's receive him with claps. As the debaters in this panel, we have the Mrs. Silvia Mitru, member of the IPA institution that includes the group of work of economy, and Mrs. Karina Pimenta, Executive Director of Connexus, Institute of Sustainable Institutions. Mr. Jefferson Cameron Streetman, Facilitator of Social and Environmental Institutions, and Mrs. Floripa, Director Manager of Environment of the European Union. In this moment, I would like to pass the word to make the moderation, Mr. Stephen Nagel. Boa tarde a todos, muito obrigado por esse tipo de... A única pessoa que vai aqui falar, que não vai falar remotamente. Então, eu, como um novo embaixador, o ministro...
Other participants who are interested in bioeconomy in the Amazon. Bioeconomy, sustainable bioeconomy in the Amazon is certainly a topic that interests us a lot in the European Union and here in the delegation of the European Union. We are just about to start up a new project on that, which will be launched tomorrow, and we are interested in engaging more, so we are looking for ways to support sustainable investments in the Amazon. Just fix this. Thank you. So in today's panel, I'm really happy to have excellent speakers, starting with our Director General for Environment from the European Union Commission, Florica Fincoya. She's the top official in the EU for environment, and it's really an honor to have her here for a keynote speech. So Florica, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good afternoon to all the ladies.
Eu sei que vocês estão lá, eu estou muito feliz.
Is about Amazonia in Loco. And I have to say, the moment could not have been chosen better. Not just because we have the COP26 ongoing, but also we will have the EU Latin America leaders meeting in December. And I know that also the HIVP, Mr. Borrell, will be coming to Brazil. So I think in all these preparations, let's have that dialogue. And I think that's exactly what we would like to convey today. We are interested as EU, as the ambassador was just saying, in really a genuine, a very open, a frank dialogue. Yes, sometimes on very difficult topics such as climate change, deforestation, and biodiversity, but it is a dialogue among friends, and we
temos que falar
want to
entre os nossos
contribute
amigos
to a
como
better
contribuir
understanding.
para melhor
Now,
entendimento.
climate change and biodiversity
Então,
loss
a
are very
mudança do clima
interdependent,
e as
and they
perdas
are
na
exacerbate each
diversidade,
other, and that is
nós
actually
precisamos nos preocupar
something
com
which
isso.
has come out
É
and
algo
is
que
coming
tem
out as we speak at
resultado
the Glasgow
muita conversação em
summit
Glasgow
on climate change.
e
And
a
this is
respeito
why
de
we want to
mudança
look at it in a
climática.
very integrated manner,
Então,
and
nós
that's why we need
temos falado de uma maneira muito integrada
climate and
e
biodiversity
falando
ambitions.
sobre a biodiversidade,
Now, as I
o
said,
clima e as suas
COP
mudanças. E no COP26, nas reuniões, nós tivemos uma pressão para encontrar a delegação brasileira na última semana em Glasgow, e nós tivemos uma continuação do diálogo e nós realmente procuramos ter comentários e sobre as suas expectativas sobre a reunião sobre biodiversidade na COP15. E agora, como essa agenda internacional prossegue na região amazônica a respeito das discussões que nós estamos tendo em Belém. Umas poucas palavras que eu gostaria de falar agora sobre os novos apanhados de hoje. Não é uma política muito nova e não apenas sobre a regulação do clima, mas também de uma área sistêmica e social e uma mudança total da sociedade atrás de uma sustentabilidade competitiva,
strategy for growth,
uma estratégia para o crescimento.
I have to say this
E
is
eu
not just
tenho que
about
dizer que não
trade
é
as an
apenas
end in itself. It's actually
treinar
about trade as a
como
tool for
resolver
prosperity. But when we
para a
talk now about
prosperidade, mas
trade,
nós
we
falamos
often
agora
now
sobre
use the word
treinamento
a regenerative economy, so a circular economy,
uma
an
economia
economy that has
regenerada,
a different footprint on carbon, but also environmental
seguindo os
footprint,
passos
and exercise
do que
less
foi
pressure on natural resources.
acordado e dentro
And
do
basically it's about
exercício dos
a
recursos,
different way of producing
diferentes
and
maneiras de
consuming.
produzir,
So a sustainable economy
e
and prosperity.
uma
And as a
economia de
consequence, we look now
sustentabilidade e
at
prosperidade.
every value chain,
Então,
whether it's under the farm to
em
fork
cada luta
approach
de nós, em
for
cada
agribusiness,
negócio que é feito, nós temos que atualizar a nossa estratégia. Nós sempre temos que operar de uma maneira de nos preocupar com a sustentabilidade. E eu acho que é importante, nesse contexto, vocês são a comunidade de negócios e vocês têm que entender como nós estamos nos envolvendo e nos reunindo para cooperar juntos. E vocês podem estar ouvindo um pouquinho dos seus clientes, mas isso dá a vocês novos caminhos, mas também lucros e perspectivas de um relacionamento sustentável, ambiental, de longa duração. E principalmente na região amazônica. E agora eu quero ir adiante. Como nós indicamos, a floresta é uma parte muito importante para a União Europeia. E nós temos que lutar contra a devastação da floresta, desflorestamento. E como eu coloquei no início, nós temos que andar lado a lado e andar de mãos dadas para resolver isso. Porque nós temos uma responsabilidade em conjunto para evitar essa desflorestação. Então, a floresta, que é uma área maior do que a União Europeia, é importante ao redor do mundo nos últimos anos. não é mais do que 3 anos que ela é muitas vezes o tamanho da União Europeia. Então, nas opiniões que nós conseguimos na reunião da COP26 em Glasgow, o Brasil, infelizmente, alcançou a liderança no desflorestamento nesse último ano. Então, a União Europeia está comprometida com evitar esse tipo de desflorestação. Então, a desflorestação, infelizmente, é um obstáculo, entendeu? Que atrapalha muito a evolução do mundo e do Brasil, e um novo potencial pode ser alcançado se nós alcançarmos essa unidade. Então, os nossos cidadãos mostram muito interesse nesse tipo de trabalho para evitar desflorestamento, e nós começamos a ficar preocupados no nosso propósito de alcançar desflorestação. Então, um dos maiores, nós temos recebido um dos maiores backgrounds a respeito disso. E como eu disse, nós também compreendemos que nós estamos consumindo na União Europeia.
So we want to be part of the solution now, and we want to really go through actions which hold mainly the main drivers for deforestation and forest degradation. So it's not only deforestation, it's also degradation, and which is the expansion of agricultural land. Now, in particular, and I know that's very hard for Brazil, but it's in particular on the production of commodities such as soy, beef, palm oil, wood, cocoa, and coffee. Now, how do we want to do it? It is not a new approach, because already in 2019, we had a communication where we set out how we want to step up overall EU action on to protection and restore the world forest. And already at that time, we said we want to reduce the EU consumption footprint. We want to work in partnership with producing countries to reduce pressures on forests and to deforest proof, if you want, EU development cooperation. We want to strengthen international cooperation to halt deforestation, redirect financing in support of more sustainable land use practices, and of course also support research and innovation. Now we go a step further and operationalize these ideas by coming forward very, very soon with a new proposal on deforest-free value chains. This means we want to make sure that commodities and products that are sold on the EU market, whether produced inside or outside the EU, do not contribute further to deforestation and forest degradation. And therefore, we want to foster deforestation-free supply chains. Now, important is to note that we are not just addressing illegal deforestation. We actually address all deforestation-driven agricultural expansion, all deforestation which is driven by agricultural expansion. So all actions, and only deforestation-free and legal products, which obviously is according to the laws of the country of origin, are expected to be allowed on the EU market. Now, to achieve that, we intend to propose a mandatory due diligence declaration or a rule for operators that place the commodity or the derived products on the EU market. And as I said, that obviously will apply to domestically sourced or imported commodities. And then we combine this due diligence system with a benchmarking system that will categorize the countries according to their level of risk of deforestation and forest degradation, which are driven then by the commodities that are covered. I have to say, countries start all on the same level. We will have a cutoff date, and we say as of that, everybody is equal. We do not look at what happened in the past, but we will look what will be happening in the future, and we'll assess that based obviously on transparent criteria and also based on scientific evidence, including monitoring and spatial monitoring. Now, what are the commodities? I already mentioned most of them, which are often originating from Brazil as well. Beef, wood, palm oil, soya, coffee, and cacao. And this is basically how we look at the transition to sustainable supply chains. Now, when I said this now looks a little bit like a very demanding side of our legislation, but I also want to stress the complementary side, because the whole legislation has to be seen in conjunction to the other measures that were already announced in the 2019 communication, which means cooperation programs. One of the biggest is the forest partnerships, which will be a key tool in this regard. And by the way, also will address SDGs on deforestation. And this will be used in order, these partnerships to pursue sustainable forest management, but also good forest governance. I think this is important to look at both sides. And we are very much committed. I mean, this is a clear commitment on the Commission and the EU partner side to really help foster specifically smallholders and producers to adapt to these new rules that are coming. I mean, we now make the proposal, then it will be discussed. So it will not be happening from one day to another. And in the meantime, we want to foster deforestation-free commodities and product in the partner countries. And that, I think, is something which is quite important. Allow me for once also to use a bit of some figures, because we already have a very substantial EU portfolio on climate-relevant cooperation products, right? We already do contribute to grants from the Commission, about 35 million euros, but also 670 million euros of loans from the EIB. And then we have, of course, member states like Germany, France, and others who have made already very substantial climate-relevant cooperation portfolio initiatives with Brazil as well. Now, my plea today is adapt, speed up your own efforts, but work hand in hand with us, because it also profits your own ideas, because you will have to meet the objectives to which your government has now aligned to under the NDCs, under the Paris Agreement. I think that would benefit very much the economic development of the Amazon into a robust and certified audit trails. I know that you have some, like the Selo Verde, but we have to, I think that's more for the experts to discuss whether this traceability is really the right one. But I think it also would help the take out some suspicion or negative discussions about the context, in the context of the EU-Mercosur agreement, if we were to embark collectively and together into this sustainable production frameworks. Last word, I think, because we speak here to business, and I think it is very important to stress really the role of regenerative sustainable business models for private sector. And I think this green transition in particular also for SMEs, natural capital accounting, we have that as well. But we would very much stand ready to help grow sustainable business in the Amazon. And there's a lot of cooperation coming from DG INPA, and they are preparing even a 5 million euro project on bioeconomy in the Amazon. So I think there is a lot of funding flowing, which should, however, also really profit smallhold farmers and the indigenous people, but then also business, and also spur that transition towards a sustainable production form. And I think if we work on this together, we can bring the local level and the international dimension again together. And I think this is where I would like to make the full circle. We started with the COP26. We will have the Biodiversity Summit next year, but we also have to work with you directly in the Amazonas, in Loco. And with that, I would like to finish and really wish you a very successful conference. And let's work on this together, because we have to bring climate, biodiversity, and human development in the Amazon to fruition. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Flora, por seu discurso, e foi muito importante para nós. Nós estamos falando sobre os consumidores de desflorestamento e que nós temos que conseguir produtos certificados. Os produtos de desflorestamento não poderão mais continuar olhando nas corporações aqui no Brasil. Então eu gostaria de dizer que eu estou a cargo de complementar isso dos feijões verdes. Então a economia na produção brasileira. Ele disse que existe um sistema de crescimento sustentável que nós podemos trabalhar. Existe uma economia inteira que nós podemos criar. E essa é uma oportunidade nova para a União Europeia de participar. Agora estou muito feliz de introduzir o próximo apresentador do Brasil, doutor em Sociologia do Instituto de Polipesquisa e Pesquisa da Amazônia. Ela é membro do grupo de bioeconomia e coordena a população local. Silvia, ela vai nos falar sobre a bioeconomia que nós queremos. Silvia, por favor, a palavra é sua.
Eu vou falar em português, né? Um combinado entre nós, estamos no Brasil, né? Muito obrigada, Stefan, pela introdução. Obrigada à Flórica pelas palavras dela, né? Que são inspiradoras e traz boas notícias, né? Obrigado boa tarde aos meus copalestrantes, a Karina e o Camarão. E, acima de tudo, boa tarde a todos que estão aqui acompanhando esse evento. Nosso agradecimento, né, o agradecimento do IPAM pelo convite, o prestígio deste convite, né, de estar aqui com a oportunidade desta fala, desta conferência, né, e poder estar nesse diálogo com esse foco no setor privado, né, e com esse compromisso que cada vez fica mais forte, é muito bem-vindo, né, de todos nós engajarmos nessa transição para uma economia sustentável na Amazônia e em outros biomas e ecossistemas, né? Então, deixa eu começar aqui a minha apresentação com vocês. O nome da minha palestra é Bioeconomia Amazônica que nós queremos, né? Esse tema da bioeconomia, né? Ele tem surgido, tem surgido inclusive com nomes diferentes, né? Bioeconomia sustentável, a sociobioeconomia, né? A Amazônia 4.0 também tem uma semelhança, né? Então vemos um crescente esforço para imaginarmos e colocarmos em prática modelos e práticas, né, para uma transição para uma economia, para uma sociedade que seja sustentável no longo prazo, que seja justa, né? Então, o IPAM vem se debruçando também nesse conceito, em face a um certo receio também de nós mesmos nos perdermos no que nós estamos entendendo por bioeconomia, não só por uma questão dos outros, mas de nossa própria prática, né? Como reconhecermos que estamos falando de bioeconomia, né? Por isso a bioeconomia amazônica que nós queremos. A minha fala vai
in the Amazon
centrar
that we want. So my speech is going to
comentar,
be centered
compartilhar
to
com
comment
vocês
and
cinco pilares que
share
nós
with you
identificamos,
five
né,
pillars
para uma bioeconomia
for
amazônica
an economic
e alguns dois
bioeconomy
grandes desafios que nós
and
vemos,
some
né?
great challenges we have. So my colleagues, Camarão and the other one, are going to talk about it more profoundly. So the first of these pillars is the maintenance of the ecological integrity, and it is an action of bioeconomics, the way we think about it, and we would like to share with you. The first one would be the maintenance of ecological integrity and functional of the Amazon ecosystem. The end of deforestation and degradation of forests. Deforestation is not only illegal, but
it is very bad for the forest, the restoration of the native vegetation of the biome, and the functionality and the workability of the hydrological system. The second pillar, it is the strengthening of the socio-economical pluralities and cultural of each territory. We know that the Amazon is not only one Amazon. It has a size, and there are many pluralities in the point of view of social, cultural ways and ecosystems. So here we are talking about the necessity to connect with vocation and the peculiarities of the territory and the matter of territories, the landscape of the ecosystem, the respect to the fundamental rights of all the actors in the place, the peoples and the social groups, the cultural groups, valorization of the economical dynamics, regional and local ones, that preserve the integrity, the ecological integrity of the ecosystem. Inside the diversity of the Amazon, there are some places where it is more present in order to valorize economically this work, this preservation of the ecological integrity of this ecosystem, and the valorization of the good practices of fair distribution of revenue. The extractivist communities, the small producers, traditional producers, so maybe they don't see themselves as great business partners, but they have practices to work with natural resources and to work with prosperity and everything else in order to strengthen the local market as a theme of this conference. The third pillar would be the bioeconomical system of production based on diversification. Diversification of products, taking into consideration the diversity of the landscape. We are talking about resilience of the territory producers and ecosystemic functions. And they are together with the functions, the ecosystemic functions, the compatibilization and the reduction of vulnerability of the population allied to the guarantee of food safety. Well, I think it speaks to itself, by itself. We live in a moment in Brazil where a great part of the population has lived in a situation of unsafety, food unsafety, the maximization of the provision of environmental services in a compatible scale that is compatible to the market, respecting the limits, the environmental limits and ways of life. So we have to check the concepts, their concepts of sustainability. The fourth pillar is the distribution of benefits and revenue. The economical model, socially fair and inclusive one, with the distribution of benefits and revenue. Not only the revenue is important, but access to benefits and policies, and many times it is so much more important than the revenue. Reduction of social inequalities because of the concentration of revenue and lands in the Amazon, and measuring the ecosystemic benefits and traditional knowledge that may be paid for, so that we can include in this model. We should be more efficient, more able to make a mensuration of this system and traditional things. And at last, the fifth pillar, the optimization of natural resources. The more efficiency in the use of natural resources and productive chains to enjoy recurrent maximum of circular of insumes and the reduction of waste. Part of the efficiency for the natural resources. A consideration of economical values of the natural resources, modulating the excess and avoiding scarcity. Also, and at the same time, the integration of traditional knowledge and academical ones to try to find innovative solutions, and so that they could get some money for their traditional knowledges and for their academical knowledge. Well, those are the 5 pillars. And I bring, there are many challenges. We could not list all of them, even without taking into consideration the challenges that the private sector has. Well, I would like to focus on some of the challenges that I believe that are in this transition that we are proposing in the private sector and the society that is engaged. I have 2 challenges to present so that we could guarantee how we can make it. So how can we know that this bioeconomic economy that we want is for the Amazon society? One of them is the matter of scaling. Well, people who have already worked in the Amazon, we are used to hearing that the matter of scale is a barrier to the economical sustainability for traditional communities, extractivist and indigenous ones. But we need a scale of production that would be enough to work with the rest of the chain of value, getting to the consumer and many other ones. But we have 2 other ones here that I would like to bring to you to take into your consideration. The matter of social, environmental sustainability, viability, and economical potential. Is it the scale is always necessary? Is it feasible and compatible to the social, environmental sustainability in all territories and all the chains of value, especially those ones directly linked to the area that they are very protected, and being able to protect the forest in a whole, the integrity of social environmental communities, protecting them from climatic changes. We can think in a scale in terms of volume of production in a different way. So we can just raise the scale of production. Not always will be compatible to that balance of economics and other elements of sustainability. Another element inside this is the matter of the community of location or location related to the productive chains. One community, the social communities that live in one place, they don't live only with one productive chain. We have to take a look better in a territory and to see how we are working inside a chain of value. How we're going to be to have some attention on the region, and how we're going to be pay attention to the communities of a productive chain, if they are doing all the elements correctly, if they're working with all the elements. So it is a challenge. I don't have the answer for that. But the answer, if there is one, it is given in a different way, looking at the landscapes, looking at different landscapes, social, economical, environmental landscapes. In a second point of challenge, the matter of monitoring, the tracking, work, which is a very important work we are starting to implement. We have a change just like soy. We are starting to implement and to make it able to work for the livestock. And I would like to be bringing to the second point, as for the first one, the necessity to work with the other pillars of economy. So we have also to take into consideration the work with another pillars of economy. It is the first one that is under work. So we have another aspect that I consider a bigger aspect. The matter of tracking the socio-economical and environmental questions beyond deforestation. The problems, socio-economical problems that are continuous, that would be legitimate by the actors, it would be compared, or it would just be in a way that all of us could be looking at the same parameters and understand what's going on, what's behind some chain. And at the end, the co-responsibilization of all the actors in all the productive chains and the territories to service all those pillars, so that we could all be responsible for monitoring and to be responsible to fulfill or to accomplish these pillars. Well, I just end up my speech here with the 5 pillars, a little bit in a way that I try to think on how we are going to be sure that we are following the right way, or to be firm on that way, that we are following the right way in this transition, and not only to a part of this, a part of a territory, a part of a community, helping the whole Amazon to make up this transition in this sustainability to all of us. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado. Obrigado pela sua palestra. É bom saber que alguns brasileiros podem falar aqui em português. Então, nós vamos ter que falar sobre os critérios sobre a bioeconomia e definir quais são os critérios para isso. Nós também estamos falando sobre isso. Eu acho que é um tópico muito importante para a Câmara de Comércio, para as instituições financeiras, esse tipo de desafio. Como é que nós podemos discutir isso? Então, nós vamos falar sobre monitorar a sustentabilidade da bioeconomia. Então, nós temos alguns tópicos que nós vamos voltar depois. Muito obrigado, Cília. No próximo palestrante é Karina Pimenta. Karina é uma diretora de uma instituição de de empresa de impacto importante nisso. Então ela vai fazer também sua apresentação em português. A Karina was graduated from the School of Administration of São Paulo, and she has a master's degree in development in the University of Sussex. She has worked in the sugar part of Valley, and she has worked with climate changes and communitary business. So Karina will speak as how to work with an ecosystem and with forest and sustainable business. Karina, please. Thank you very much. Thank you all, to all of you that are here. Well, in the plenary that we cannot see but are there. I'm sorry I'm not in Belém for this speech, but to participate in this privileged forum to discuss something so important. But I would like to start talking about the expertise of all those who are fomenting the system of support to business in rural and forest business that are at the point of the chain of value inside the forest, and that involve a great part of the population that is in the Amazon, and that should have more benefited group from this economical transition, because they are the ones that we want in the region with the least volume of development. We would like to privilege it. I would like to ask your permission for a presentation here to support my speech. I'm going to speak in Portuguese, but the presentation is in English so that it can be easier for you to follow it. Well, first taking the hook of what Sylvia had said. The Amazon is an umbrella of different things. There are many Amazons. I have brought a recent study that was published in the Amazon, a group of more than 200 specialists and organizations that are thinking of development strategy for the Amazon. And one of the conceptions that I think is worth to, when we talk about bioeconomics, are the different Amazons that we have and the different economies we have in this scenario. Here, I try to bring you the scenario of distribution of the use of the land, but we could be talking about the distribution of populations and communities and many other aspects. But these layers can illustrate so well the differences of economies that we can develop and what are the matters that are important for the economics. So you can have many areas of the Amazon in conservation areas, where the economics where it can generate is the one that we can work on based on the extractivist populations, traditional ones, indigenous ones, or matters that Sylvia has brought, the scale on how it operates, and the recognition of the services, the social environmental services that those people bring. They could be valorized for the products they extract from this region, the areas of transition that are marked in red, more or less, and the areas under pressure with the contention of the deforestation, legal and illegal, that make the operation of the activities in the forest. Here you have the group of regenerative procedures and many dimensions of the economical issues of the Amazon. There are many areas that are degraded that could be turned into more productive areas. The opportunities that we have to generate an economics that would be much more important. If you compare the production of livestock in the Amazon, you can multiply for 5, 6, 10 times the productivity for hectare So the question is, how do you induct this process? Not naturally in the people, but we have to create an environment so that they can flourish. Overall, the people that are involved with that, we have the economics of the areas in the converted areas and the matters that were put here. Very important to assure that the impact that the cities are having on the climate and soil are monitored and controlled in order to be evaluated in the development of grains. So I'm going to focus on these areas where there are more questions on what is the size of these economics in the Amazon. So here I bring some data that are more illustrative. There is a check of reality on how the state of development is in the area of the Amazon. So we start in a line of data that we could show in the development of these economical activities, comprehending the local actions, economical actions, and wishes of the populations, and the opportunities that surround it, and as also for the local development of the area where they are. So it is important to see a map where there are 400 communitary communities that produce acai and nuts, and some families that produce a lot of different products, being some of them inferred in the area of family agriculture, but a great part of this group of producers that present a significant part of it that distributes revenue and value. They are located in small property or in the units of conservation and extractivism. There are areas of protection where you can have some production that are sustainable. So a great part, a great majority of these communities produce commercial posts that are very focused on products in natura with not very much producing process, with no intermediates. We need intermediates to perform. They have intermediates that perform low value to those activities in the community and generate difficulties in the organization of the chain of value in overall. So one of the great challenges when you look at this reality based on the University of the Amazon is that that reality in most of this business has a revenue of 60,000 reals a year, $120,000. They are organizations that are very immature at their development, and you need to develop an ecosystem that should support the development of those businesses with tools that are more proper to this situation. And here we have worked a lot on commenting with many other institutions what type of actions you may develop so that those communities could fulfill a transition to a model that would enhance the economical sustainability and to insert patterns of procedure in the market so that they could share their products. So in a point of view of the activities, we have been focused a lot on the actions of procedure in the market. We have worked on the finances in many different strategies as something that is very important in this change, not as a finality, but to impulse financing, education, prices that are very important, so that the involved ones can understand their role. And we have many partnerships of institutes of technology that could support this chains. So we have a gap, a very big gap of a format of management of capital directed to the scale with the considerations of Sylvia of these economies, so that you need to know this reality and have more flexibility to understand that you are in a journey of transition of this organization. So sometimes we have to reduce quickly the deforestation to generate an economics that could favor the activities of the production of fruits of the land, the time of the communities, the time of development of these businesses is not always understood by who works with it. It's necessary to foment the economics in the Amazon. So sometimes the community have to participate in this discussion about economics. Well, in the point of view of financing, we have dedicated a lot to construct strategies that could support the business. We can see many opportunities, and one of the most important ones is that we could bring the public policy to bring to support the family agriculture in Brazil. And Brazil has one of the most developed actions, okay, to help them. And now it is turned to the conventional production of agriculture, okay, livestock and grains. So the economies that are in sustainability, in the sustainable chains, are completely out of the system. So one of the works that are more interesting that we have worked on is how to direct these resources available in a profit rate that is very significant, so that you can amplify the competitivity, sustainability, to widen the work of this kind of work. Now we have rates that are 4 or 5 times lower than the understanding of sustainability. So how we are going to do it correctly? So it is one of the works that we could be working as agents of microcredit, of making the policy in the Amazon, with the objective to build an entrance inside the market of biodiversity. The financial agents, not only in the Amazon, but other agents, they are not easy to be seen as a market in development. So those are strategies of public policy that has these resources, but also to attract and direct the investors of impact. Overall, when they look at the Amazon with great interest and the cost and how to get to the mature businessman, looking at parameters that are looked at other realities, and overall, if you can support strategies of hybrid financing and study of these capitals, looking at the public policy to investors, ESG, and looking at the philanthropy work developed in that, and it's going to be fundamental in this chain. So not only for us, but in other institutions, they create vehicles that could be different, vehicles of fomentation that could produce and start to help the development of those organizations. So here, I believe it's a great place where We need to diversify instruments of financing, not built in the reality, in the Amazon reality, and this sewing is very important for the development. We also have worked on direct making up some financing, and we have showed how much showed the characteristics of those organizations, what stage they are in, what kind of finances you can develop, so that in fact this business could learn how to use the resources. The conception of that the investment exists is something that is not always in reality in the imaginarium of the populations. So much of what we have built is how to make it up, the terms of financing, how the organizations, it is the first time that we have been working with financing outside of the traditional way of financing, either in local market, global market, the public market. So they are very small, but they valorize a lot our work with us, with them, and their reality, their reaction is much lower than what we expected from their reality. So if we build the correct incentivation and mechanism, we could have an interaction with them and an improvement of the feature of economical reality. So the challenge here is not only financing, but generate value so that they could raise the resource of what is for them. So the strategy goes beyond this management area. So how to make up strategies, how to work with the market so that we can ensure the flow of products and all the matters that we have as for market, and that in the Amazon is so behind, and may permit that we in fact may develop these organizations, strategies of fermentation, and either for strategies of value and strategies of chain, so that we could have a landscape of products of different products. And sometimes you just attach to something that you just cannot see the whole thing. So if you work with the market for one of them, you need to start to develop in the Amazon a sense of what are the economies that are starting the basic economy of the municipality. So 70% of them sell in the municipality, in the side municipality. So they don't have great investments, but here we need investment, you need technical capacity, and those are the things that when you consult the companies, they are not offering, they are not going to offer to aggregate to the chains of value. We have made many works here. I studied that was exactly about the notion of a company, of what the products they were going to buy, what were the characteristics, the formats, the requirements, and you have lost a great opportunity. But to make it able to use this viability, we have to aggregate knowledge so that it may really happen, and how to supply this cost directly. If we have a flourishing economics, we should follow the rules and teach them how to work with that. They are not going to do it alone. So you need to start at the level of platforms, of the diversification of the buyers, purchasers of this organization, in strategies of market, and also in a pole that we have worked a lot is to support the providers, the service providers in Amazon, especially in the Amazon, a group of companies that are just appearing, and they don't have much structure. but that they have a potential that could be input. Okay, could have an input. It's not tomorrow that they are going to happen, but probably those are organizations that are very important in the structure of chains. And for them, this role of intermediates and incubators, and it is fundamental. So that these chains, a great part of what we have seen in this graph that is here, this green line shows the requirements of the market for short-term quality norms and certificates and everything, and it is quite lower when we take a look at the orange line. And now we are just adding another line here of exportation. And this line is more demanding for the organization. So it is difficult for the organizations to organize it in the scale of production, and these orientations that are at the point of the chains are going to supply all these demands by themselves. Difficultly it will happen. So the construction of this ecosystem and groups of support would be small companies that are involved. It is fundamental in the strategic places if developed in the next years. Well, we have bet a lot on that with many organizations, and looking at this kind of hub of work of support is conducting a process not only of development of national markets, but in markets of exportation. And the European Union is one of the ones that we can have a potential to build stable access to markets here. This year we are taking a look at the nuts, Brazil nuts, or specifically nuts from the Cerrado in Brazil, and looking at other chains that are very important for the socioeconomics and conservation, and they may build this trajectory. So the message here, the main message here, is that we need to strengthen this mechanism of support to the organization, or working for the region, and to create a mechanism of approximation to the products, providers of services, processing companies that could do that and put it in quality, or either inside the communities that are aiming to have this activity to develop this way. So it's not only one solution, but the most important thing is that we can see diversity and that we can bet in those things and give some investment and support to them. I think this is the message I would like to leave, and I would like to thank you very much. Thank you. Muito obrigado, Karina. Muito obrigado por tudo. Aqui na Amazônia existem muitas comunidades que poderiam usar. Bem, um requerimento de mercado. Eu tenho uma pergunta aqui para você, Dilcher. Eu acho que gostaria de ensinar para você. In the opinion of Mrs. Karina, what is the motivation of bigger rates for the supporters and financiers? Bigger rates, well, the public policies, they have a subsiding rate. In fact, the government now is subsidizing at rate of 0.5% to 4%, and you're never going to find this kind of rate in the market. Well, in fact, what we have to direct is to work with the community and the work we want to build with the green economic condition. If it's a subsidized rate. We have to lower the tax of subside closer to the market rate. And as the banks don't know the chain of values of the forest, they are out of the forest knowledge, they are going to see it at more risk, so they make up higher rates. So the relationship with them is a way that you could make them understand. But I think that it is impactable to make a strategy for that. Thank you, Karina. Ok, para o próximo palestrante, Jefferson is a doctor of production engineer and a worker of social biodiversity. He works with the economics of social biodiversity in the communities of territories of Rio Negro, and Suru and Sarupema. Ele usa uma das corporações que uma corporação é relacionada à comunidade. Então, por favor. Ok, obrigado, Karina, Silvia. Obrigado a todos. Já introduz muitas coisas. Many things about what we were talking. So, Luisa, the work. I work in Luisa. Many things that we are going to discuss now has to do with the kind of work that we have done with our direct action, the learnings, and the licensing of sharing. Well, my speech is about economics of the social biodiversity, and in this photo this is very representative of our work. Communities, indigenous communities, quilombolas communities that work with a more profound economics. This is regenerative economics. We have the care of social biodiversity and biodiversity that generates and potentializes a series of impacts of values, of social environmental values that are wider than the economics can generate. And this puts this economics that is called economy of biodiversity, just like Karina said, social bioeconomy. It is a provider of services of impact more than a provider of insumes. This association is not very clear, but we're going to talk a little bit about that. Well, to understand what this economics is, what are the traditional Amazon chains? Well, the traditional Amazon chains put the indigenous families, extractivists, and quilombolas communities. They join through local intermediates that make the connection of the local commerce with the industries and then to the market. Those are chains that have a focus on the result, competitivity and financial results, and not in the impact. They have local relations and individual relations. They have a great dispersion and low articulation. They have a low transparency and knowledge of the chain as a whole, with the plans of those. They have a high informality. It brings a high risk for the market and the companies to relate with them, because in fact they don't know the region, the actions. Okay, so those are chains that work with unfair prices, with low attention to the quality. They practice unfair prices that generate problems with the quality. The relations of knowledge and capital of the companies in all the sectors, just like Karina has brought to us. the possibility of quality is more common. The low technical assistance is something that is related to the low access of public policies and low or no aggregation of values of associated social environmental things. And when we talk about these products that are done, and the market by itself is much more wider than from what they could get so close to them. So those are chains that generate a risk for the company that want to invest in this sector. They are working with this scenario in order to aggregate more value to that. So it is a way that they have worked with this product. So we should work in a perspective to look at the chain in a whole. So when we see it in the whole, in the world in a whole. So the first promoter of this change that has helped it and is very important in this change is the market. Well, in the last 5 years, we had growth, a big growth of commercial partners in the economics with the communities that are trying to develop new ways of relating to their products. Já Nintea e Kibolt are examples of companies that work with different insums in these chains, asking to improve their processes. The programs of public policies, the LUSH, PAA, and WICPO, they are very important to work some time ago with the use of diversity of the products of the forest. So those are programs that that have fallen in the last government. The access and the resources to these programs have lowered a lot because they are fundamental programs to the sustainability, to these ways of life, to those families that are working with that. So these relations with the market just improve the families in order to get out of the Amazon chain or to make arrangements, new arrangements in the territorial tract. So to have a problem with the relation between the family and the company, and impossible to fulfill the demands of a company. So they can only fulfill these needs partly. So to generate a work in this sense, we see the necessity to articulate more than a cultural arrangement. At the same time that in the expertise of 5 years, we have the ability to articulate the actors of market. And the actors of market alone, they face a series of difficulties to get rid of these traditional chains that promote the sustainability, transparency, and the parameters that we would like to have in the community. So the region is Brazil with a partnership with Floro, and a lot of companies that were together with this company, they promote with this relationship to make up prices in a very innovative way, generating trust so that they could originate fair relationships, positive impact in the territories together with the community, and safety to the companies related to that, to invest. It's for the community to invest in the changes that they want in this kind of chain and economics. The networks of territory would be Cooper Valley, the networks Sementes do Xingu, Atix, in Mato Grosso, the network of cantinas of Terra do Meio and Foena o Aricó, o Ariró, a Tucara, o Yanomami e Waiwai. Only to give you an example, we're going to speak a little bit about the Terra do Meio example. Terra do Meio is a network of multi-actors. It works with a territory of 9,000 hectares. It is the size of Portugal. And the natural resources, the management of the contracts, it is organized in each hectare that you see in this map. There is a person that is responsible for the management of this communitary work in the community. There are 6 units of conservation in all the land, 7 indigenous lands, 3 settlings, more than 9 million of hectares, Portugal size, 14 associations, 27 canteens and groups, and 980 collectors directly, and 3,045 in the people involved indirectly. So we can see now that from 2009 to 2021, I had 1 canteen now, 2 products, and then 2 products, and 1 partner. And the revenue through the year was 8.5 thousand. And we changed the structure that was used then, and it was more indicated using things that were more indicated for the community. And now in 2021, 27 canteens, 15 products, 12 partners, and revenue of 1.5 million reals. Differentiate by them. Well, what we notice that is more than insumes. What has been worked with the companies, with the communities, with the market makers is the social environmental impact associated to these insumes. They have a circular economy, a regenerative economy. So for those peoples, one of the things that is very much discussed is the management of this territory. We would like to have it in a more integrated way to be generated through business in this area. The different networks inside that with the revenue would be we came from 1 million reals to more than 120 million a year. So it is growing in investment, with embryonic processes to processes that are starting to be working. So in this curve, we can see something that is very interesting to understand. Is the curve of the Fedora that shows the cycle of economics, extractivism. And I'll give you an example, which is the Seneca tree, the rubber tree. When they extract the rubber, the demand for rubber was growing, and they needed some more from the Amazon until it came to a plateau where it could check the capacity, maximum capacity of the forest, and then the demand just continued growing, so that they made the plantation of this rubber tree in the Malaysia, and it made a social environmental impact in the place. So there was a great diminishment of the price, and it caused a problem to the Amazon. So for the Amazon also, so that in the very beginning of the 20th century it was a problem, and we are afraid that it's going to happen to Guaraná and Açaí. So those traditional productions, they are in the first step. So then we go to have the articulation of more agents in the territories. And they generate some economy. And showing this area, going to be working with systems of production. And looking through this perspective, the bioeconomy of monoculture of Palma, it can't be compared to the babaçu that is produced in Terra do Meio. So both could be to cosmetics or to any other use, but a plantation of rubber tree in the Malaysia or in the southeast of Brazil, it could be commercialized in the same way. So what we understand is that bioeconomy, it has its place, it has its importance, but it's important to make a difference between bioeconomy and what bioeconomy we are talking about, and what is a social biodiversity. It generates management of the territory, it generates biodiversity, it has a social base that is strong in its structure, and it has a growing in the forest, in the monocultures. It generates, it has a, is it possible a fair competition and balanced in its models? Yes. We need to have in some the challenges, the transition of paradigm of the economy of insums to an economy based on services and insums and services and knowledge, from what Sylvia has brought to us. It makes a series of service to the community. So the ways to get there are programs, policies, and mechanisms of commercial partnerships that recognize and retribute the social environment services and associated impacts, the amplification of partnerships that aggregate the impact of the associated value in the territories, communities, and products and services to their models of business, so that they could balance this sector to differentialize the products and services by origin and ways of production, organization, and handling of landscape as a part of a strategy of this social environmental economy on the social biodiversity. We believe that through this way it is possible to increase the level of business without this following to an unfair relationship in future ecosystems that could have a better work, a better price, but they cannot generate the impact of and the value that the society and the state has aimed. Thank you. Okay, obrigado. Obrigado a você, Jefferson, pela sua palestra. O próximo discursos que será feito aqui no Brasil sobre produtos de qualidade para uma mudança de valores para a população. Então, eu gostaria de fazer umas perguntas, abrir para qualquer pergunta que vocês queiram fazer. Se não, eu gostaria de fazer um grupo para perguntar. Eu gostaria de fazer uma pergunta para a Flórica. Falando sobre a sociobiodiversidade no Brasil, a qualidade que eles têm e também a qualidade do produto, beneficiar as comunidades locais, você acha que isso importaria para a qualidade do produto, para a nova legislação, ter uma nova legislação para isso? E depois uma pergunta para os outros faladores. Eu gostaria de saber sobre o modelo de negócio das comunidades. Nós temos essa bioeconomia das comunidades que tem uma produção pequena ou média. Como nós podemos relacionar com isso? O que há com a agricultura na Amazônia pode ser intensificada, pode ser com mais terra ou menos terra. Então, o potencial da bioeconomia é de...
And lands that are not being used at the moment, that have been degraded. That is another aspect of bioeconomy. And there are others, but I just want to focus on these three bioeconomies now. And the question to the panelists is, from Brazil, so Silvia, Erika and Jefferson, where do you see a